name, dash, institution, and please stay muted unless invited to speak, and feel free to introduce yourself in the chat box. The simultaneous interpretation feature is available. You may access Bahasa or English interpretation by pressing the globe icon on your Zoom screen. Distinguished guests and participants, we kindly invite you to complete the conference pre-survey. Please find the link in the chat box. And if you need any assistance, please reach out to our committee. Thank you.
Indonesia, sebuah bangsa yang terdiri dari berbagai budaya, agama, dan suku bangsa. Sejak era Nusantara hingga negara kesatuan, masyarakat yang hidup harmonis dalam kebinekaan. Meski berbeda-beda, tapi saling menjaga persaudaraan, menjunjung tinggi nilai-nilai toleransi, saling merawat perdamaian dan persatuan. Namun kita juga harus selalu waspada bahwa ada berbagai tantangan dan ancaman yang berpotensi mengoyak persaudaraan, persatuan, dan juga kedamaian yang senantiasa mengintai kita setiap saat. Dengan berbagai tantangan dan ancaman, kita dapat bersyukur bahwa perempuan Indonesia terbukti mampu melakukan rekonsiliasi, mampu mengolah budaya lokal untuk menciptakan perdamaian, mampu mendorong perdamaian dengan masyarakatnya, dan mampu membawa perubahan dalam keluarganya. Untuk itulah AMAN Indonesia hadir. Kami percaya bahwa bekerja dengan perempuan lintas iman akan mendatangkan kami narasi kehidupan. Kami sangat yakin dengan memperkuat kepemimpinan perempuan akan memperkuat kepemimpinan di keluarga dan komunitas. Perempuan Indonesia secara ini merupakan pembawa visi damai, mengenali dan mempromosikan peran perempuan, berarti membuka dan memperkuat persaudaraan, persatuan, dan juga perdamaian di Indonesia. Di bawah cita-cita besar untuk menciptakan budaya perdamaian yang anti kekerasan dan keadilan gender, AMAN Indonesia melakukan 4 strategi penting untuk mewujudkannya. Kami memfasilitasi penguatan kepemimpinan perempuan dan organisasi untuk mendorong daya lenting dan daya tangkal masyarakat dari konflik dan pengaruh radikalisme, dan juga untuk mendorong lintas aktor bekerja sama untuk menjadi kohesi sosial. Kami membangun simbol gerakan dari berbagai kelompok dan organisasi independen untuk membela hak asasi manusia dan perempuan, penguatan toleransi dan perdamaian, serta pencegahan kekerasan berbasis ekstremisme. Mulai dari tingkat daerah, nasional, hingga regional, kami melakukan advokasi mulai dari tingkat lokal, nasional, hingga internasional dalam menyelesaikan berbagai kasus kekerasan seksual, kekerasan berbasis gender dan agama, menjadikan pembelajaran dari masyarakat Jawa sebagai bahan informasi, pengetahuan, dan diplomasi yang dapat menyatukan berbagai hal. Kami juga memproduksi dan menyebarkan kembali penafsiran dan praktik keagamaan dengan perspektif pembelahan terhadap hak-hak perempuan, individu maupun berbagai kelompok yang mengalami berbagai bentuk kekerasan. Sejak 1 Maret tahun 2007, AMAN Indonesia telah bekerja di berbagai wilayah dan bekerja dengan berbagai pihak untuk menjadi perubahan bersama, memimpikan Islam rahmatan lil alamin.
Excellencies, honorable speakers, moderators, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon, evening, and morning to everyone, and welcome to Women Peacebuilders Forum 2025. Held by the Asian Muslim Action Network, AMAN Indonesia, supported by UN Women Indonesia. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Neni Adamuka, and I will be your master of ceremony for today's and tomorrow's event. Again, very much thank you for your attendance, and this conference will be held under the theme Mainstreaming Women, Peace and Security in Preventing Violent Extremism, Indonesia's Good Practices and Remaining Gaps. Today's program will begin with an opening session and followed by 2 panel discussions. Tomorrow, we will continue with 2 more panel discussion and conclude with a synthesis of the forum. This conference seeks to draw lessons from Indonesia's experience to inform broader policy conversation at the regional and global level, and to produce practical recommendations for strengthening the integration of women, peace, and security in PVE strategies, especially through locally rooted, gender just, and inclusive practices. We would like to ask your presence until the very end. And as reference, we provide simultaneous interpretation for all of the guests, and please use the feature available on Zoom. Channel 1 for Bahasa and Channel 2 for English. And our conference is also streamed online on AMAN Indonesia's YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the opening session of the Women Peacebuilders Forum 2025. Now, we would like to invite our first speaker, Ms. Yulis Puspitaningtyas, Program Manager of UN Women, for her welcome remark. Ms. Yulis, the screen is yours.
Good afternoon, colleagues, dear Excellencies, Mr. Kamaruzaman Bustaman Ahmad, the President of AMAN International, Ms. Dwi Rubianti Khalifah, Country Representative of AMAN Indonesia, and distinguished speaker, national and regional expert, government representatives, civil society leaders, academicians, and development partners participating in this online conference. It is an honor for UN Women to join you in this important forum. We extend our sincere thanks to AMAN Indonesia, our long-term partner in advancing the implementation of women, peace, and security agenda in Indonesia, and for making this conference possible. This event reflects our collective commitment to preventing violent extremism, where gender equality and women's empowerment are integral to our efforts. UN Women deeply values the opportunity to work hand in hand with Indonesia government, civil society, national and regional experts who bring not only deep commitment but also the rich diversity of sociocultural knowledge, lived experience, and critical insights that are essential for transformative solutions in our future work in the prevention and violence extremism. For this reason, mainstreaming gender in prevention of violent extremism is not simply a matter of inclusion. It is in ensuring effectiveness and also sustainability of our work. In the upcoming discussions in the next 2 days, we expect that we will critically reflect about first, whose voices are on the table that would inform the policy making, whose experience that will need to be in place to make sure that our strategies going forward would be targeting the most needed at the grassroots community that we need to serve. And then how do we ensure that our solutions do not inadvertently reinforce the very inequalities that violent extremism would exploit? In Indonesia, there has been significant progresses we made in prevention and violent extremism. Now, especially with the legislation of the second generation of National Action Plan on Prevention and Countering Violent Extremism that is underway. Under the coordinations and the leadership of BNPT, the National Agencies for Countering Violent Extremism, we work together to make sure that key national actors, including civil society partners, have advanced national action plans that reflect the importance of gender inequality, social cohesion, and also local resilience. UN Women is proud to support these efforts and to continue promoting collaborations across sectors, not only within Indonesia, but also at the regional level of ASEAN. Excellencies and distinguished colleagues participating in this event, 2025 marks as a very critical momentum for women's rights and also gender inequality. As we all know, it is the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, a global blueprint for advancing gender equality. It is also the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on Women, Peace and Security, which emphasizes women's vital role in peace building. Therefore, it is very timely for us to collectively reflect our diverse experience, document learning to inform our strategy, not only for policy advocacy, but also to strengthen our partnership. In doing so, this forum and conference may contribute to the following. First, we need to continue our investment in integrating local knowledge, practical experience, and best practices, which are essential to deepen our understanding of context-specific, which often contribute to drivers of radicalizations and what truly works on the ground. Gender norms, roles, expectations must be examined through the lived experience of national actors, women organizations, and local peace builders whose insights are critical and cannot be replaced by a global framework alone. So this important event would be contributing to having these conversations and inform our collective advocacy to the policies. Second, promoting the meaningful participations of women, not just as beneficiaries or victims, but as decision makers and shapers of peace and security strategies also needs to be institutionalized. This include strengthening their leadership in village forum, interfaith dialogues, and early warning systems. We have a lot of experience from our partners and also civil society that have space to discuss and also presenting their best practices to make sure that women's presence must be more than symbolic. It must be influential, demonstrating agency and also leadership in decision making. The third one, we must also ensure that our justice and security institutions are responsive and accountable, not only in addressing threats, responding to legal case, but also in upholding the right, especially those are the victim of violent extremisms. This includes the importance of training frontline officers, reforming discriminatory practices, and fostering trust between authorities and also communities. And finally, we emphasize that strengthening effective collaborative approaches is a must. No single actor or institution can prevent violent extremism alone. It is only through coordinations across ministries, civil society, academia, religious and traditional leaders that can build systems that are both inclusive and resilient. Colleagues, as Indonesia advances its national agenda for peace, gender equality, and social inclusion, the role of collective leaderships rooted in local realities and supported by global solidarity will be paramount in this work. UN Women remain committed to walk this journey together with everyone, with all the institutions are also sharing the commitment with us. Let us continue to elevate the voices and actions of those who have long been at the front lines of the prevention, many of whom are women, youth, and local actors whose efforts too often go unrecognized. Thank you, and I look forward to rich discussion ahead.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yulis, for your warm remarks and UN Women continued support for the implementation of the WPS agenda in Indonesia. Next, we would like to invite Professor Kamaruzaman Bustamam Ahmad, the President of AMAN International, to deliver an opening speech. Professor, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Sister Nini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all distinguished participants of this virtual seminars. It is a sincere sign of honor that we extend a warm welcome to all of you together here today virtually. A very thank you for Ibu Yulis and Mbak Ruby for organizing this conference. And our collective engagement in this vital forum underscores our shared dedication to advancing the women, peace, and security agenda, particularly in the context of preventing violent extremism. This endeavor required a collaborative effort, and we believe it is imperative that we embrace this responsibility together. As we navigate the complexity of this dynamic era, we are faced with a myriad of challenges, local, national, and global in nature. These challenges are often interlinked or interconnected, creating a web of issues that require careful consideration. As we work toward resolving this one matter, we frequently encounter others, revealing the intricate connection among the challenges we seek to address. The interconnected nature of the issues surrounding WPS and VVA represents a critical area that merit our immediate and thoughtful attention. Our intention here is not only to engage in a debate or academic debate or academic sharings, but also rather to highlight the significance of addressing these issues with a strategic and informed perspective. AMAN Indonesia, as long as I know, has been dedicated to providing a robust intellectual framework while fostering a well-coordinated movement to effectively respond to these pertinent challenges. This sustained engagement is both reassuring and essential for fostering an informed understanding that contribute to a unified agenda for humanitarian movement. We believe this commitment set AMAN Indonesia apart as we confront the multifaceted problem outlined earlier. Our gathering today serves a platform not only for dialogues, but for the collaborative development of strategic solutions that provide a foundation for our collective approach. We envision that this discussion as means to cultivate a transformative movement rooted in cross-community collaboration aimed at addressing the root cause and ramification of the issue we explore in this virtual seminar. Consequently, the active involvement of stakeholders who are attuned to this measure is paramount. Your presence here today is not merely an observation, I think. It should serve as catalyst of formulating strategic policy that respond actively to these pressing challenges. The urgency and significance of this endeavor cannot be overstated, as this policy represents a proactive commitment to fostering a safer and more secure future for us. As we gather today virtually, it is essential to recognize that our collective effort reflects a broader commitment to fostering peace and security in our community. Our discussion should view as integral in that commitment, focusing on several key areas. First, we must highlight the vital role played by women, civil society organizations, and local communities initiatives. These grassroots actors have shown a remarkable capacity to build resilience, mediate tension, and address the root causes of violent extremism in ways that are culturally sensitive and sustainable. Let us acknowledge the significant contribution of AMAN Indonesia and its partners in ensuring that women are recognized not only as a victim, but as a powerful agents of peace with transformative potential in their community. Second, despite the commendable progress we have made, we still face institutional, normative, and operational barriers that hinder the realization of gender responsive and inclusive policy. Addressing this gap requires political will and ongoing collaboration with community actors, scholars, practitioners who understand the complexity of problem at hand. Our discourse must be characterized by critical reflection, inclusivity, and a forward-looking approach, recognizing that effective solutions might vary across different contexts. The third, today's forum is a prime example of such collaboration. We have the opportunity to learn from one another, sharing best practice while also acknowledging the structural inequality that affect policy development and implementation. Indonesia has a valuable insight to offer and much to gain from this exchange. The diversity of our community in Indonesia that we call Nusantara, the strength of our women leaders, and the experiences of civil society provide compelling model for global collaboration, reinforcing the idea that peace building is shared responsibility, one that transcends traditional top-down approach. Four, this involves aligning our initiative with Asian Regional Plan Action on the prevention and countering of radicalization and violent extremism. We must ensure that gender is not treated as afterthought, but as central to all security, peace building, and development initiatives. Achieving this vision requires institutional reform, strategic partnership, capacity building, and inclusive dialogue across all levels of governance. Finally, I sincerely hope
Recording in progress.
our discussion today will enrich our understanding and strengthen our collective resolve to take meaningful action. Let us strive to make this forum a significant milestone in our shared journey toward a more peaceful, inclusive, and gender-just society, one that rooted in the life experience of our community and guided by transformative and enduring vision of peace. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor, for your speech. Next, we would like to invite Mrs. Dwi Rubianti Khalifah, country representative of AMAN Indonesia, for her opening remarks. Ms. Ruby, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable President of AMAN, Professor Kamaruzaman, representative of UN Women, Ibu Yulis, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and change maker, joining with us today and tomorrow. Let me begin by sharing a story from Sigi, Central Sulawesi, a place once marked by a terrorist attack in 2020, now illuminated by hope. In Sigi, AMAN Indonesia and Libu Perempuan initiated a reflective structured dialogue that brought together survivors of terrorist attack, religious leaders, local government, and community members. For the first time, survivors were able to voice their trauma, not as statistic, but as human beings, in front of faith leaders and decision makers. The power of listening with empathy broke long-standing silences and shifted perspective. Moved by this process, district authorities began to recognize the urgency of comprehensive recovery, leading to stronger institutional support and survivor-centered program. Through this process, we learned that victimhood is never singular. It is layers, intersectional, and deeply gendered. Peace-building dialogue helped us uncover the full spectrums of victimhood, break the cycle of stigma, and allow communities to begin healing together. So the Women, Peace and Security agenda provided the framework to recognize the overlooked existing gender-based violence, both in the sight of the victim or the circle of a terrorist group, or even the community that affected by terrorism. The leadership of the women, their agency in addressing root causes of violence, and their vital contribution to prevention. So over the last 6 years, in the implementation of the National Action Plan on PVE in Indonesia, I can tell you that the women-led civil society has transformed the conversation on PVE. We bring agenda of the women to the center of the conversation. We challenge the state by years. So there are so many good practices that we enjoy, and we would like to share to all of you through this conference. So it is not just a platform for exchange. I believe that it's going to be the powerful showcase of how women, peace, and security has been mainstream into Indonesia PVE strategies. And this would not have been possible without the generous and unwavering support from UN Women. So we deeply thank you for standing with us and believing in the power of women-led peace building. So to all keynote speakers, both opening and closing, plenary speakers, discussant, and also moderators, thank you for sharing your practices, insights, and truth in this space. Together, we are shaping a new path forward. But let us not forget, while inclusion has gained momentum, we contributed a lot in the process. We learned a lot. Structural leadership in the National Action Plan on PVE architecture remains imbalanced. We are still seeing that women are not well represented in the top decision-making roles. And I think in the road to National Action Plan of the third generation, the second generation, we would like to see more and more women in the decision-making process, national and also locally. So let's today to be more reflection. Let be also called to center women, not just in a policy, but also in power. Thank you so much and enjoy the conference. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ms. Ruby, and all the distinguished speakers for setting the tone of this forum with your thoughtful insights. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Fatima Asmia Badurdin from the University of Mombasa, Kenya, with a presentation entitled Securing Peace Through Inclusion, Women, Peace and Security as the Cornerstone for Preventing Violent Extremism. Dr. Fatima Asmia Badurdin is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Groningen, Netherlands, and senior lecturer at the Technical University of Mombasa, Kenya. Since 2012, she has focused on preventing countering violent extremism in East Africa, particularly examining recruitment dynamics into terrorist networks through ethnographic research. She has also served as an editorial board member at the International Center for Counterterrorism, ICCT. Dr. Fatima, the screen is yours.
Thank you. I'm trying to share and I hope you all can see.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. Distinguished ladies, gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. So thank you very much for inviting me for the Women Peacebuilding Forum 2025, which focuses on mainstreaming the Women, Peace and Security agenda in preventing violent extremism strategies, Indonesia's good practices and remaining gaps. It is a great honor to be here, and I would like to extend my special thanks to AMAN Indonesia and the UN Women Indonesia for organizing this important event. I commend AMAN and all other organizations in their efforts in promoting the engagement of women peace builders in their roles in preventing and countering violent extremism to address diverse forms of terrorism in their respective localities. So this forum comes at a critical time when collaborative solutions and inclusive approaches to global insecurities are needed. I intend to give a global overview to the topic and share my research on women and PCVE and why a gendered perspective is needed. To give you a bit on the overview, I look at the WPS agenda as a cornerstone for PVE and also look into inclusion in PVE and the challenges and also propose recommendations. So when we talk about the WPS agenda as a cornerstone for PVE, we know years of advocacy and activism by feminist and women rights organizations and civil society led to the resolution 1325 in the year 2000. That's the first United Nations Security Council resolution on women, peace and security. So for the first time, world leaders recognized the vital role of women in conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and peace building, and acknowledged that conflict affects women and men differently. So among the many UN Security Council resolutions supporting the WPS and other normative frameworks, UNHCR 1325 is specially highlighted to ensure women's participation and protection, as well as to define their rights in conflict prevention and during post-conflict reconstruction and development. So the resolution was hailed as a landmark decision that integrates gender equality perspectives and women's rights issues into the broader peace and security framework. So when we talk about the WPS agenda, it includes primary resolutions. Some focus on women's leadership in peacemaking and conflict prevention, while others specifically concentrate on the prevention of and response to conflict-related sexual violence. So most of us here as peace builders have interacted with these instruments in some way or another, specifically UNHCR 1325 and the UNHCR 2242. So to encourage implementation of Resolution 1325, the UN Security Council has urged to develop national initiatives and strategies with clear timetables for operationalization. So these NAPs are considered key tool for localizing the WPS agenda, which is in implementation in many countries. And then UNHCR 2242 explicitly emphasizes the role of women in countering violent extremism and addresses the impact of extremism on women's life, whether through direct or indirect violence. So integrating the WPS agenda will strengthen efforts to include a gender perspective in counterterrorism and PCB strategies. So when we talk about a gender perspective in CT, CVE, and PVE, why is it important? So let's look at why a gendered perspective is needed on radicalization and recruitment processes into violent extremist networks. So we have seen and learned there's an array of roles women play in extremist and terrorism network. And then based on some of my studies, which I have conducted in the East African region, mainly in Kenya, within this frame of 2015 to 2018, some of the findings were there are roles such as women serve as spies, combatants, security personnel at camps, weapon cleaners, religious educators who promote and reinforce the organization's ideology, cooks, tailors, cleaners, among others. So they have a very form of roles they play. Then, similar to my study, there are many researchers who have worked on this role of women's traditional role, use as mothers, wives, and nurturers that uniquely position them to transmit these ideological beliefs to the next generation, especially in defining the so-called word of martyrdom, how we glorify extremist ideals. Then their role in family radicalization and recruitment efforts, then fundraising, propaganda. These are very well researched. Then we also have discussions on their tactical advantages as female suicide bombers or as spies because of their passive nature or looked as passive victims, and how they play these perpetrator roles being women. Then also it's very important naturally so to have a comprehensive understanding of these diverse roles in addressing the terrorism threat, which serves as the foundation for effective counter-terrorism policies. So when we talk about a gendered perspective, it's not only understanding the roles of women, but also to have a gendered lens to understand these drivers for radicalization and recruitment. While we have a lot of initiatives in addressing knowledge on how women are recruited into these networks from their local context is important when we talk about how we reintegrate them back into the communities. So in one of my studies, I looked into this dimension of voluntary and involuntary recruitment of women into these extreme networks. So when we talk about voluntary, it means you go willingly. Involuntary means you're forced into these networks. And if you look at this thin line which I have drawn, which is not a clear line, which says this voluntary and involuntary is a continuum. So those who are voluntary initially, when they're in these extreme networks, may get frustrated and become involuntary at a later period. And then on the other side, you have involuntarily recruited women into these networks. After some time, because you're waiting for prolonged time in these camps or in these networks, you find some resonance and then you become voluntary. So it's not a very fixed continent. So what is important are the reasons why you volunteer into these networks. So when we look into volunteering reasons, some reasons which came across was intrinsic motivated. This is the women or girls who go because they're ideologically driven. Maybe ideologically you resonate with the interest of this extreme group, or maybe religiously driven because you have particular tenets which are used or misused in attracting these particular women. So you're attracted religiously or financially because you also have a money motive sometimes. Then you also have marital relationships that you go because of. Then there is also revenge driven. That is when you have issues like your husband or the son killed by the state. So you have this revenge driven motive. Then you also have the extremist family motive. That is, you come from a sympathetic family towards this extremist group. So you have family members supporting you. Then you also have the aspect of adventure or peer influence. So those are intrinsically motive that is within yourself. Then you also have the same motives that can be looked from extrinsically motivation. That is, you go because you want to maintain family relationship. You want to go with your family. You want to go with your husband, or you want to go with your friends. The peer influence, the group dynamics that are very appealing, which may not be within, but also supporting you externally. Then sometimes you find women or girls who compare lifestyles for better comparison. That is, being in these extreme organizations gives you something nice which you don't have. Then a better job, a fulfilling job. Now, when I talk about better job, it is not in this world, but in the not in dunya, but in the hereafter type of feeling. So those are some of the voluntary reasons why women may be attracted. Then you also have involuntary recruitment within these extreme networks. And this differs from country to country. So when we look into involuntary, you may see this pressure or force, sometimes from the family. We have fathers who have recruited their daughters and sons, or brothers recruiting sisters. Then you have friends recruiting friends, but by peer pressure. Maybe you don't like it, but because of that pressure. Then you have marital relationships, which I found very significant in the Kenyan context, where wives were forced to go with their husbands, sometimes also within these arranged marriage or early marriage systems, where you marry a particular person from an extreme network and then you get recruited into these networks. Then you also have deceptive recruitment strategies like jobs, like getting jobs sometimes in the Middle East or in particular locations where you have no idea about, but you are recruited and then you end in these extreme groups. Then you have education scholarships. We found many youngsters who are eagerly waiting for scholarships, getting into this network because of deceit recruitment strategies. Then friendships and also marriages. Then some can even get kidnapped near border areas, use of sea. So those are some of the findings. Why these aspects are important is to understand these gendered aspects in reintegration processes. Then in one of my studies, I also looked into the recruitment dynamics from a gendered perspective. How does a man recruit another man, a woman recruiting a man, men recruiting women, or women recruiting women? So it's very interesting to understand this gender dimension, to understand how this modus operandi is in place so that we could have particular interventions. So within this study, there were 6 areas which were very key in understanding this gendered recruitment patterns. So here I was, there's so much I can talk about, but here I specifically looked into women recruiters recruiting women itself. So understand the modus operandi within these gender dynamics. So when a woman recruiter chooses to engage in this crime, the crime here, what I'm talking about is recruitment. So they usually look at this cost and benefit. So how do you calculate this cost and benefit to that particular person? It can be financial, money, like human trafficking network, or it can be also ideological benefit that you feel nice by recruiting because you believe these recruitment efforts will also give you a particular form of, religious or a good feeling or religious type of obligation, mainly through dawa systems and things like that. So that doesn't mean all dawa systems and things are bad, but there are some who use this for recruitment efforts. Then there is also recruitment efforts. The recruiter addresses the demand of these extreme groups. So you need to know how you select these women and girls to fulfill the extreme organization's need. So there's a demand that you need to fill into. Then how the recruiter crafts strategies to lure women and girls to these particular networks, understanding the gender needs and ambitions of people. So that is very interesting because it's a case-by-case approach. So a person who wants to lure a woman using education, based on the needs for education, needs to look into a particular education scholarship to lure this particular person. Especially you will invest a lot if this particular lady is a nurse, because you need particular occupations like nurse, engineers for these networks. So it depends on how these strategies are drafted or crafted based on the demands of the extreme groups. Then also the process has these power differences between the recruiter and the recruitee, which is also highly gendered, because the recruiter always has a power over the recruitee in controlling these particular behaviors. Then two things which evolve from this recruitment process is the moment of convincing. How you have to convince it at a point where you can't return back and leave. You are in this particular network. And also the process of conditioning, understanding your needs and the obligations. So these are very important highlights in my research, which I looked into from a gendered dynamic. So then in one of my studies, I also looked into how we talk about volunteering. We easily say women volunteer, but are they really volunteering? What is this relative autonomy we are talking about? So in that, I came across so many different perspectives, but what was interesting is this continuum again, where some women move because they are political agents. They feel obliged. They want to be part of a caliphate. It gives them immense power, just like men, to formulate a caliphate, the gendered aspect of strengthening the ummah from that side, the motherhood aspect, where you strengthen as a mother this entire so-called caliphate. So that is a political agent type of narrative. Then on the other side, we have people who are volunteered, women volunteering, but autonomy that they have got because they are in a particular family setup. We call it differential wives, because most of the time women make decisions based on their husbands or the male relatives. Not always, but in many cases, especially with the marital relationship or being a daughter within an extreme family. So you want to volunteer, but your decisions are made within family. So we need to understand this type of volunteering so that we can bring in solutions or reintegration based on how they volunteer within this continuum, understanding their different needs and aspirations. So why such discussion is important to understand these type of motives is for de-radicalization and reintegration. I have two articles, which are, one is exclusively for women or female Al-Shabaab defectors in Kenya, and the other is for young male. So it's very interesting. They have common needs, and at the same time, they have completely diverging needs as well. So like, for example, when women are integrated into the communities, most of the time, they are seen as passive victims, and sometimes community is a bit adjusting, or they are willing to reintegrate them. But when it comes to men or young boys, they are scared because why are they coming back? Are we safe having them in the community? So there is a lot of gender dynamics in these reintegration approaches as well. So their motives are different. So we need a gendered lens to understand they are not only the dynamics of recruitment, but to motives, drivers. So everything needs to be looked from a gendered lens. So when we talk about the gender perspective, is not only for recruitment, radicalization, but also to understand women as agents who are powerful preventers in CT and PV efforts. And Ruby highlighted very well, and also the first presenter gave a very nice aspect of how women have been very pivotal at the local level in bringing in change, which is very well seen. So one is they are innovative in informing, designing, and implementing policies, programs to mitigate violent extremism at the very, very local grassroots levels. And being women, their pivotal position in families and communities also enable them to play active roles in detecting, transforming these extreme tendencies, whether it is in the family or in the community. So that is a very pivotal positioning. So in two studies which I conducted in Kenya, one on wives of former extremist members and other on roles of mothers in PCB, one thing was very clear. They were able to detect early warning signs and inform family members and even prevent them from joining these networks. However, it was very interesting. You may detect early warning signs, but you don't know now whom to tell next, because naturally you'll not go to a police station and inform. So that process is where we see a gap. How do we connect these people who understand early warning signs to now inform to the next level, so that they can deter their family members from joining? So empowerment becomes key in this. How do we assist them? And then there are also others who can't even detect these warning signs. Like, for example, with the social media these days, how many of us mothers understand the child's behavior in these online platforms? We see them with a phone, but we do not know these technologies behind, the gaming technologies which they are used to, their recruitment process within these gaming platforms are certain things which are empty areas which we need to fill in. So empowerment becomes key in this entire process of PCVE. Then when we talk about the WPS agenda inclusion in PVE and its challenges, while there are many challenges, there were 4 areas which I like to highlight. One is women's efforts in PVE at the local level do not necessarily reflect their inclusion in the high level CT and PCV efforts. Ruby has a lot of examples, many people on the local level, especially women-led organizations, have a lot of interesting perspectives, like women, mothers in de-radicalizing their children, female religious leaders playing a bigger role in deconstructing narratives, with female teachers talking about religious tolerance. And then when we talk about female police officers in PV, so we have a lot of discussions at the local level, but it is very less reflected at the senior levels. A good example is the joint initiative of strategic religious action, which brought in 3 countries together, that is Indonesia, Kenya, and Nigeria, in understanding localization efforts. So it was so interesting that we had very nice women-led organization efforts, but how much it is reflected at the higher level is something which we need to look into. How many voices from the global south, female voices, make it to these CT high-level security tables? Then also, because our voices are less, we are living with particular terminologies that are still state-centric. Because I have a study which I had in Kenya itself on local level terminologies on how a mother would understand because of the emotion she is. And I was so happy when Ruby gave her example. The emotions, which we don't talk about, which is not in the state-centric definitions. So how do we bring women's voices in definitions? So naturally, when our voices are not there in the higher table, we may also not have sufficient funding, because we are not heard at that table, but our strength is in the very much in the local levels. And also, we are more like checkbox exercises. How do we move from that to transformation? And how do we see as more in the addressing root causes, not just the symptoms? So I would just talk about the recommendations. I have 1 minute to go. So we need tailor-made individual gender-sensitive approaches to counter violent extremism in the community. Then we need knowledge on gendered recruitment pathways to understand these processes. Then we need this knowledge for reintegration processes, which is very important when we talk about reintegration. And then we also need gendered and intersectionalities in PCV approaches, and also knowledge on gendered ideologies in countering extremist narratives. And I'm looking forward for the presentation by the KUPI that has really worked on these areas. And also we need to harness gender equality and justice in religious peace-building approaches to address structural issues which contributes to radicalization and recruitment to violent extremism in communities. So with that, I would like to take this forum to see it as an opportunity to reform, revitalize, and share cross-country learning so that it meets today's challenges, placing women peace builders' leadership and participation at the center of decision-making. So many of us women peace builders should approach this with renewed energy, fresh ideas, and strong commitments. This is a crucial chance to shape our responses to global challenges, especially the emerging forms and modalities of violent extremism and terrorism in the coming decades. So it is time to rewrite PVE, PCV, and CT, emphasizing women's leadership and inclusion to reflect the interests and needs of historically excluded female voices who make up the majority. This is not just a recognition, but an obligation. For women peace builders, nothing less is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you most sincerely, Dr. Fatima, for your sharing expertise and valuable insight with us all. Distinguished guests and participants, now we are begin the session one. Session one will be discussed about reintegration beyond security, a gender look at deradicalization and rehabilitation. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure a rich and insightful conversation, we would like to invite our moderator for our first session, Mrs. Melly Noviriani, Head of the International Relations Department, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Brawijaya University. Mrs. Melly, you may now begin the session.
Thank you, Manny. Guests and participants, we want to warm welcome you to the Peacebuilders Forum 2025. I need to introduce myself. My name is Melly, and as a director for session one of the great speech agenda look at the realization. This session is to approaches to integration, the integration that moves beyond security-based framework.
Ms. Melly, the audio isn't heard clear. Would you like to check on the network first? Yeah. We are now facing technical issues. Let us be patient and wait a little bit more to check on
Okay.
Mrs. Melly.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I will read you again the session goals. So this session
Please.
aims to explore holistic approaches to integration that move beyond security-based frameworks by incorporating gender perspective, community-based correctional models, and child-centered psychosocial recovery. Through reflective dialogue and practitioner insight, the session will examine how reintegration effort can support healing, dignity, and social reintegration for former combatants, including women and children affected by violent extremism. So, and we are pleased to have with us today three distinguished speakers and two insightful discussion. And each speaker will be given 10 minutes to present their material. Following a presentation, each discussion will have 10 minutes to offer their critical reflection on the speaker's contributions. So our first speakers will be Mr. Catur Wiranto from Bapa Semarang, Indonesia. And Mr. Catur is a community advisor at the Correctional Center Bapa Semarang, where he supports the rehabilitation and the integration of individuals in conflict with the law. He works closely with families, schools, and communities to develop supervision plans and promote restorative justice. With a focus of juvenile case and diversion, Mr. Catur bridges correctional practices with community-based approaches that prioritize accountability and social reintegration. And our second speaker will be Mrs. Yeni Lutiana. She is a program officer at the Asian Muslim Network Action Network AMAN Indonesia, where she leads initiatives on women leadership in this building, interfaith dialogue, and preventing violent extremism at the grassroots level. And since joining AMAN Indonesia in 2018, Mrs. Yeni has coordinated national and regional programs such as Women Peacebuilders Forum and the Young Interfaith Peacemaker Community and the Peace Village Program, which promotes local knowledge, intergenerational dialogue, and inclusive community organizing in conflict-prone areas. And our third speaker will be Mr. Taufik Andri from Yayasan Prasasti Perdamaian. He is the director of UPP, where he leads the organization mission to foster social cohesion and dialogue and peace education across Indonesia. And with his experience in the office UPP strategy, stakeholder partnership, and program development in both urban and rural communities. And under his leadership, UPP has implemented impactful initiatives such as interreligious youth forums, school-based peace education curricula, and women-led community resilience project. And he also works closely with local religious leaders, youth groups, education authorities, and government agencies to create safe and inclusive space for dialogue and collaboration. And the presentation by our three speakers will be discussed by our two insightful discussion. Our first discussion is Ms. Hatim Satnawi, Program Manager Hidayah. She has over 12 years of experience working with UN agency, USAID, PIZ, and other international NGOs. She is an extensive track record in capacity building, training and development field, including project planning, management, and partnership management. And prior to Hidayah, he's also handled several successful projects in relation to youth empowerment, community development, financial literacy, conflict management, and education project in the Middle East, Europe, and North Africa. We also produced and developed a training manual for Jordanian Ministry of Municipal Affairs and a training package on conflict mitigation and management, as well as a community engagement training materials for local organizations. And our second discussion will be Mrs. Prabha Sankaranarayan from Mediators Beyond Borders International. And without any delay, I will give this forum to our first speakers, Mr. Catur Yuliwiranto, and Mr. Catur, the forum is yours. Please, we will give you 10 minutes for um, presenting your materials, and will be followed by Ms. Yeni and Mr. Taufik.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Meli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera buat kita semuanya. Baiklah, Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati. Yang pertama tentu kami ucapkan terima kasih atas undangan dan kepercayaannya kepada kami dari AMAN Indonesia, United Nations Women, terkait dengan partisipasi kami dalam forum ini yang luar biasa ini. Baik, Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, hari ini akan saya sampaikan terkait bagaimana pengalaman kami dalam proses reintegrasi dan rehabilitasi, tentu dalam menggunakan model pendekatan community based correction, ya, di lingkungan Bapas kelas 1 Semarang. Jadi terutama bagaimana menghadapi klien teroris. Ya, kebetulan kami punya proyek dengan Yayasan Praktik Perdamaian, dan itu alhamdulillah cukup membantu kami dalam melaksanakan tugas kami sebagai seorang pembimbing kemasyarakatan, yaitu melakukan profiling. Ya, profiling, kemudian assessment narapidana, semua narapidana termasuk tindak pidana terorisme, baik laki-laki maupun perempuan. Kebetulan saya juga punya klien perempuan. Nanti kalau misalnya bisa berkembang terkait dengan bagaimana kami melakukan pendekatan terhadap napi teroris perempuan ini. Nah, kemudian kegiatan kami yang kami laksanakan dalam kegiatan penerapan community based correction itu kita lakukan selama 6 bulan. Dari situ kita akan melihat begitu besar atau begitu penting model pendekatan community based correction ini ketika kita mampu mengubah perilaku mindset para narapidana, termasuk narapidana terorisme. Jadi pendekatan ini cukup sukses menurut kami ketika kita benar-benar menerapkannya secara konsisten, gitu ya. Nah, ini saya terima kasih karena di Indonesia itu ada kurang lebih 94 balai pemasyarakatan, community correction center, ya, dan kami terpilih. Saya terima kasih untuk menyampaikan pengalaman dan pengetahuan kami selama berpraktek dalam pendekatan community based correction tadi. Nah, kami memiliki, kalau di Jawa Tengah itu ada 8 balai pemasyarakatan, dan kami salah satu balai pemasyarakatan di Kota Semarang yang memiliki 5 wilayah Kabupaten Kota Semarang. Dan setiap Bapas di seluruh Indonesia memiliki tentunya karakteristik masing-masing, yaitu wilayahnya ada yang terdiri dari beberapa bagian pulau, sehingga jarak yang ditempuh untuk melakukan home visit, ya, wawancara itu membutuhkan waktu yang lama. Dan kami kebetulan di Semarang ini masih kita bisa jangkau klien-klien kami yang berada di 5 kabupaten tadi. Nah, next berikutnya ya, terkait dengan komposisi SDM, tentunya kami berbeda dengan Bapas yang lain, walaupun secara substansi itu sama, gitu ya. Nah, karena tergantung level atau tingkatan Bapas, ya. Ada Bapas kelas 1 dan Bapas kelas 2. Nah, kami di Semarang ini pegawai kami adalah 72 orang, sedangkan pembimbing kemasyarakatan itu kurang lebih ada 40 orang yang terdiri dari asisten pembimbing kemasyarakatan, yaitu pembimbing kemasyarakatan pertama, pembimbing kemasyarakatan ahli muda, dan pembimbing kemasyarakatan ahli madya. Nah, lanjut next terkait dengan berikutnya. Nah, ini jumlah klien kami yang berada di wilayah 5 kabupaten kota, itu seluruhnya ada sekitar 1.623. Ini ada klien dewasa, klien dan klien anak ini Bapak Ibu. Dan ada beberapa klien teroris di sini ada 6 orang yang kami tangani. Dan saya telah menangani kurang lebih 12 klien teroris termasuk 1 klien perempuan. Nah, itu yang pengalaman kami di dalam melakukan tugas kami pendampingan, pembimbingan dan pengawasan terhadap para klien termasuk klien napi teroris ini. Nah, selanjutnya next. Nah, tugas kami sebelum kami nanti di slide berikutnya menyampaikan praktek terbaik gitu ya terkait dengan bagaimana pelaksanaan community based correction, tentunya kami akan menyampaikan dan memperkenalkan tugas kami. Ya, ini sebetulnya tugas kami. Kami sebetulnya salah satu aparat penegak hukum di Indonesia dalam criminal justice system yang tentunya kalau di luar negeri sudah banyak yang dikenal, yaitu probation dan parole officer. Nah, namun di Indonesia masih banyak yang belum dikenal. Padahal perannya itu sangat strategis. Bagaimana membantu para klien atau narapidana yang menjalani pembebasan bersyarat dalam proses reintegrasinya dalam mendapatkan rehabilitasi di dalam komunitas. Nah, ini peran kami sangat penting sebetulnya dalam rangka bagaimana menciptakan perlindungan dan keamanan masyarakat dengan cara bagaimana kita bisa melakukan treatment, rehabilitasi, dan reintegrasi warga binaan atau klien tersebut. Nah, itu kita punya 4 fungsi penting, dia itu melakukan penelitian kemasyarakatan. Ini profiling Bapak Ibu, melakukan assessment. Setiap klien kami, termasuk klien napiter, itu kita melakukan assessment. Tentu kalau napi teroris ini berbeda assessmentnya, ya berbeda dengan klien-klien tindak pidana yang lain. Ada instrumen khusus ya terkait dengan terorisme khususnya di Indonesia. Dan kebetulan kami juga ikut menyusun dengan BNPT instrumen yang sesuai dengan karakteristik radikalisme, ekstremisme, dan violent di Indonesia. Dan nanti akan saya sampaikan bagaimana karakteristik klien kami yang kita bimbing, kita dampingi, dan kita awasi dalam program community based correction ini. Pendampingan ini kita memberikan dukungan akses pelayanan dan dukungan sosial. Benar pembimbingan kita melakukan konseling Bapak Ibu, konseling individual konseling, kemudian melakukan grup konseling dan melakukan vocational education. Jadi intinya memberikan pemberdayaan kepada klien kami supaya mereka nantinya mandiri, terjun di masyarakat bisa berkarya, ya bisa bekerja, tentu bisa melaksanakan fungsi sosialnya secara baik. Yang terakhir pengawasan, di sini kita melakukan pengawasan tentunya, monitoring dan evaluasi. Nanti kita akan sampaikan di slide berikutnya. Oke, lanjut Bapak Ibu. Next paparannya. Dan ini tugas kami, kita bagian aparat penegak hukum dalam criminal justice system di Indonesia. Ini penting, apalagi nanti di undang-undang baru Bapak Ibu, Undang-Undang Nomor 1 tahun 2003 yang berlaku nanti tahun 2006 awal, ada kita namanya pidana alternatif, yaitu pidana pengawasan dan pidana kerja sosial. Nah, ini yang melakukan pembimbingan klien-klien probation ini, yaitu adalah kami nantinya. Ya, jadi yang melakukan pembimbingan, pendampingan, pengawasan adalah pembimbing masyarakatan dari Bapak kelas 1. Ini kita itu kerjanya Bapak Ibu, mulai dari proses pra-adjudikasi, jadi adjudikasi sampai post-adjudikasi. Sampai nanti makanya kita bertanggung jawab bagaimana klien kami nanti tidak residivis dengan melakukan treatment yang baik, dengan melakukan pengawasan yang baik, dengan melakukan pendampingan yang baik, sehingga mereka nggak residivis. Akhirnya masyarakat aman, tentram, ya tenang tanpa ada kejahatan yang mengganggu mereka. Nah, ini tentunya tugas kami, tantangan kami ya, ke depan begitu luar biasa. Ini nanti akan kami sampaikan apa hambatan kami, tantangan kami dalam melakukan tugas kami. Nah, selanjutnya next. Nah, perbedaan Bapak Ibu, kalau kami praktek dulu pernah di di Port Adelaide Community Correction Center selama 8 bulan saya praktek di sana. Itu perbedaannya dan beberapa negara modern, ya, mungkin termasuk di Kenya, mungkin dari Ibu Fatima tadi. Jadi pendekatan kalau kita melakukan treatment itu yang dalam proses reintegrasi itu kliennya dewasa kalau beberapa negara modern. Kalau kita unik, kalau di kita itu selain klien dewasa, kami juga melakukan pembimbingan klien anak gitu, yang di bawah usia 12 tahun. Nah, itu yang cukup tantangan berat bagi kami nantinya, bagaimana membagi waktu, bagaimana mau fokus gitu dalam melaksanakan tugas kami. Nanti akan kami sampaikan. Nah, ini community based correction di Bapas ini sangat penting bagaimana metode pendekatan ini benar-benar dilaksanakan. Ini akan berdampak pada bagaimana mudahnya. Jadi coba next konsep community based correction apa yang kami sampaikan. Ini pentingnya community based correction ini nanti bagaimana kita melakukan rehabilitasi dan reintegrasi klien di masyarakat ini dengan komunitas di mana dia tinggal. Nah, jadi tidak lagi institusional lagi, kita kepada masyarakat nanti yang tentunya kita andalkan dalam proses rehabilitasi dan reintegrasinya. Yang kedua, CBC menciptakan dan memberikan kesempatan pada klien mengembangkan keahlian, keterampilan, dan kemampuannya agar mereka itu bisa melaksanakan fungsi sosialnya. Indikatornya sebetulnya mudah. Kalau klien kami bisa terpenuhi kebutuhannya, baik laki-laki, perempuan, tua, muda, ya, kemudian dia bisa menjalankan perannya sesuai dengan statusnya dengan baik. Selaku ayah dia menjalankan tugasnya dengan baik, selaku ibu dia bisa berkarya sesuai dengan kemampuannya, ya, itu dengan baik. Selaku anak dia bisa menjalankan tugasnya sebagai anak, maka tentu tidak akan masalah problem bagi dia. Ini ada problem banyak, ya, sehingga klien kami banyak sekali fungsi sosial ini tidak bisa dijalankan karena problem-problem tadi perannya nggak bisa dilakukan dan kemudian kebutuhannya nggak terpenuhi. Nah, CBC ini tentunya akan memberikan pengawasan. Jadi tadi seperti sanksi alternatif, tentu tidak institusional, tidak di lapas, tapi bagaimana di komunitas mereka, tapi tetap terawasi, termonitor. Kemudian kita lakukan pendampingan, pembimbingan kepada klien kami supaya tadi terciptanya keamanan dan perlindungan masyarakat. Jadi di sini letaknya adalah bagaimana kita bisa mengontrol si pelaku tadi yang menjalankan reintegrasi sosial sehingga tidak mengulangi lagi, tidak berperilaku residivis lagi gitu. Nah, kemudian terkait dengan CBC ini juga, ini pendekatan yang digunakan untuk membantu klien kita agar mudah dan berhasil dalam proses reintegrasinya. Jadi mempermudah gitu, memberikan smoothing gitu. Jadi tidak langsung ujuk-ujuk dari lapas langsung dia ke masyarakat, tapi ini memberikan kemudahan bahwa adaptation, kemudian proses penerimaan masyarakat, keluarga, dan sebagainya. Ini CBC sangat membantu dalam proses itu. Nah, selanjutnya terkait dengan CBC ini juga sangat penting untuk memberikan kesempatan kepada klien, ya, meningkatkan hubungan dengan masyarakatnya di mana dia berada. Kemudian meningkatkan tingkat keharmonisan keluarga yang selama ini mungkin karena dia berada di institution, lapas, ya, prison, sehingga mereka tidak lagi memiliki komunikasi yang baik dengan keluarga dan masyarakat. Nah, ini CBC ini memberikan kesempatan yang baik, ya, seluas-luasnya bagi klien kami untuk memperbaiki hubungannya selama ini tidak baik, ya, karena dia berada di lembaga. Kemudian yang tidak kalah penting juga memberikan mereka untuk memperoleh pekerjaan dan pendidikan gitu, yang tadinya hilang karena dia di lapas tadi. Nah, ini yang manfaat dari CBC menurut saya. Oke, next selanjutnya. Nah, para pihak yang terlibat dalam community based correction dan kami akan sangat concern di sini karena tentu keberadaan pembimbing ke masyarakat ini sebagai leading sector, leading dalam proses community based correction ini sangat penting gitu. Bagaimana dia itu bisa nantinya memberdayakan kliennya dan mengajak keluarga untuk memberikan supporting ya, termasuk penjamin di sini ya. Kemudian masyarakat juga mendukung, tidak memberikan stigma, labeling ya. Kemudian pemerintah juga ikut terlibat di dalam membantu ya tugas-tugas kami juga dengan anggarannya, dengan para ahlinya dalam memberikan keterampilan nantinya kepada klien kami. Kemudian kelompok-kelompok masyarakat yang peduli dengan correctional services, kepemasyarakatan, ini sangat penting untuk kami gandeng. Nah, selanjutnya next terkait dengan eh, tahapan, ya tentu community based correction kalau di Balai Pemasyarakatan ada beberapa tahapan tentunya. Yang pertama dalam intake proses penerimaan, ini penting Bapak Ibu. Jadi intake penerimaan, dan yang kedua ada litmas bimbingan, ya profiling dan assessment di situ. Kemudian yang ketiga ada kegiatan pengawasan, pendampingan dan pembimbingan, interventionnya nanti. Nah, kemudian laporan progress review-nya bagaimana, terus kita lakukan termination atau pengakhiran. Jika diperlukan, klien kami, termasuk klien terorisme ini dan banyak, dia membutuhkan biasanya lanjutan bimbingan karena dengan masih menjadi klien kami bisa memberikan akses layanan kepada mereka ini. Jadi memberikan dukungan sosial terhadap mereka. Nah, ini yang kelebihan dari aftercare yang nantinya mungkin saya sampaikan di selanjutnya. Nah, kan kita bahas pertama. Jadi, mohon izin, next. Jadi, pada intake proses ini sangat penting. Tahapan intake proses. Oke, next, selanjutnya. Karena penting, Bapak Ibu, menurut kami membangun yang terpenting di sini adalah ketika kita ketemu dengan klien pertama kali di Bapas kelas 1. Yang sangat penting adalah kami harus memahami. Jadi di sini ada rapport, ada hubungan baik, membangun hubungan baik dengan klien kami, termasuk klien napiter tadi. Jadi bagaimana ini unik ya, kalau klien napiter dengan yang lain itu sangat unik. Jadi butuh effort yang luar biasa. Ya, jadi pendekatan bagaimana teknik-teknik pendekatan ya itu yang perlu kita gunakan itu sangat luar biasa, men-challenge kami supaya kami benar-benar dapat dipercaya dengan klien kami yang nantinya kita bisa mengarahkan mereka, dan mereka sangat tidak mudah ketika mereka belum percaya, mereka mau mengutarakan permasalahannya dengan bebas. Nah, ini di sini kami penting dalam intake proses ini kita membangun kepercayaan sehingga ada kemudahan, tidak ada skat. Karena selama ini kan karakteristik mereka itu kan melihat kita sebagai petugas itu adalah togut, kemudian orang kafir gitu. Jadi berhak untuk dimusnahkan gitu, kasarnya seperti itu. Jadi bagaimana kita bisa meyakinkan mereka untuk bisa percaya pada kita, dan akhirnya mereka bisa membangun komunikasi yang baik dengan kami. Dan kami bisa memberikan program-program termasuk community based correction pada mereka, dan bisa mereka aktif mengikutinya dan akhirnya mengubah mindset mereka, mengubah perilaku mereka gitu. Ini baik perempuan maupun laki-laki. Nah, nanti kita jelaskan bagaimana cara pendekatan terhadap mereka tentunya. Nah, ini yang terpenting dalam proses awal. Ya, siap.
Mungkin bisa dipercepat sedikit karena waktunya.
Oke. Kalau begitu next. Nah, ini proses awalnya. Kemudian next lagi, dapat dia profiling. Nah, ini penting juga. Lanjut ke profiling ini penting Bapak Ibu. Dalam profiling itu tentunya kita akan melakukan assessment betul-betul siapa klien yang kita hadapi ini. Sama-sama teroris, tentu treatmentnya bisa berbeda. Gitu. Pelakuan kita juga berbeda. Terus, kalau tingkat risiko radikalisme tinggi, tentu pendekatannya kita akan beda dengan tingkat risiko. Kalau dia tipenya ideolog, dia tipenya misalnya militansi, dia tipenya simpatisan atau kondisional, tentu akan pendekatannya sangat berbeda. Dan kita lihat juga kebutuhannya bagaimana. Nah, itu juga menentukan bahwa kita membuat rencana program. Nah, ini sangat penting, krusial, karena separuh di keberhasilan kita melakukan reintegrasi dan rehabilitasi terletak pada bagaimana proses awal profiling dan assessment kita lakukan dengan cermat dan tepat. Oke, lanjut. Nah, lanjut, next. Nah, ini intervensinya, kita melakukan pembimbingan, pendampingan, pengawasan. Oke, lanjut, next. Next. Ya, ini pendampingannya ya. Dukungan selanjutnya kita pembimbingan nanti konseling tadi sudah sampaikan ada pembimbingan keterampilan. Oke, lanjut. Ini kita. Nah, ini kegiatan pembimbingan kami. Nah, ini kami melakukan konseling keluarga, individu, konseling kelompok, kemudian vocational education, memberikan keterampilan. Lanjut lagi. Nah, kemudian next yang akan kita sampaikan adalah, nah ini pengawasan kami. Tentu kami melakukan kunjungan rumah di sini penting, tetap muka langsung, tidak by telepon. Kadang kalau by telepon kurang mengena, ya, kami harus melakukan kunjungan, yaitu tatap muka langsung, kunjungan ke rumah, tempat kerja dan sebagainya. Koordinasi dengan berbagai pihak supaya membantu kami dalam proses reintegrasi klien yang bersangkutan. Lanjut, nah lanjut lagi. Next, nah ini progress review. Kami perlu lakukan, kita evaluasi apa yang kita lakukan sudah sesuai dengan rencana atau tidak. Lanjut lagi, nanti kita akan paparkan ini pengakhiran terminasi. Jika sudah selesai, tujuan sudah tercapai, maka kita akhiri. Kalau memang klien kami membutuhkan pendampingan pembimbingan lanjut, maka kita akan melakukan namanya aftercare. Oke, lanjut, next. Lanjut lagi, Ibu. Nah, pengakhiran, nah kita akhirin. Lanjut, next, bimbingan lanjut, aftercare. Nah, ini yang kita lakukan hampir sama dari proses awal sampai akhir tadi. Nah, ini lanjut lagi. Nah, kita akan bahas bagaimana pengalaman kami dalam menangani klien kasus terorisme di Bapas kelas 1 Semarang. Nah, lanjut kita next saja. Nah, lanjut. Nah, ini yang kita lakukan adalah profiling dan assessment. Kebetulan yang bersangkutan adalah residivis, ya 2 kali melakukan tindak pidana terorisme. Ya, dia kalau di tipologi napiter, ya dia bukan seorang ideolog, dia bukan seorang militansi atau askari, dia bukan kondisional, tapi dia simpatisan, yaitu membantu memberikan fasilitas terhadap para ideolog, para militansi untuk melakukan aksi-aksinya gitu, teror di Indonesia. Nah, ini klien kami yang kami bimbing ya. Nah, di situ. Nah, ketika kami memprofiling Bapak Ibu dan melihat masalah dan kebutuhannya, ini terkait dengan usahanya. Jadi usahanya kebetulan ini sebelah bakso aci Bapak Ibu. Nah, tentu ini nggak berkembang. Jadi dia membuka warung bakso aci. Nah, ini omsetnya tidak berkembang, ya, bahkan menurun waktu itu. Nah, harapan dia bisa berkembang. Nah, dia membutuhkan namanya produk tambahan, yaitu produk waktu itu sebelah dan bakso acinya itu hanya makanan saja, yaitu sebelah dan bakso aci. Sedangkan minuman tidak. Nah, dia butuh, nggak punya modal. Nah, kemudian desain editorialnya juga sangat sederhana, tidak menarik gitu. Nah, itu problem dia gitu, nggak bisa mengatasi. Kemudian dia juga tidak punya motivasi tinggi untuk mengembangkan usahanya waktu itu. Nah, kemudian dia ada kendala juga terkait dengan digital marketing. Jadi memperluas usahanya karena dia hanya offline saja memberikan pelayanan usahanya di situ. Nah, di situ kami melakukan asesmen tentunya apa masalah yang dihadapi. Nah, itu terus kemudian lanjut ya next. Nah, dari hasil asesmen ya. Nah, dari ya siap. Ini yang ya oke lanjut. Ini program ya siap. Ini rencana program yang kami buat setelah. Ya siap. Lanjut aja lanjut next. Lanjut. Ini rencana program yang kami buat. Lanjut. Nah ini ya sebentar. Ini penting. Jadi yang kami optimalkan adalah bagaimana peran perempuan nih ya. Jadi yang kami gandeng adalah masyarakat yang peduli terhadap klien kami dan dia mau memberikan bantuannya kepada klien kami. Yaitu yang pertama warung minuman teh tadi ya, yang untuk pengembangan usaha klien tadi Ibu Eti tadi dia sangat peduli sekali terhadap klien kami yang di Bapas. Dia seringkali memberikan edukasi dan memberikan keterampilan terkait dengan usahanya itu tadi. Kemudian kami juga next. Nah ini saya dengan next lagi. Nah ini Ibu. Nah, kemudian ini yang tadi ini penting juga, penting jadi. Saya gambarkan tentang pentingnya. Yang tadi mohon izin di atas tadi sebentar. Jadi bagaimana peran perempuan ini? Nah, ini singkong di 9 ini pemiliknya ini adalah seorang mantan klien yaitu narkoba ini 6 bulan. Ini kebetulan dia pada waktu pulang yang bisa yang bisa mengembalikan dia bangkit adalah istrinya ini. Jadi istrinya ini Bapak Ibu kalau dia memberikan edukasi kepada klien kami itu pasti diikutkan. Bahkan istrinya ini adalah memberikan support yang luar biasa kepada pemilik owner singkong D9 ini, sehingga sukses yang sekarang ini yang tadinya gerobak sekarang bisa omsetnya sekitar 8,5 ton per hari ini. Nah ini tidak terlepas dari peran istri yang mendukung ya. Jadi dia melibatkan juga dalam pelatihan digital marketing anak-anaknya. Ini 2 anak perempuan yang dia sudah kuliah juga Bapak Ibu. Dia diberikan kesempatan untuk memberikan ternyata apa yang dampaknya luar biasa di klien kami. Jadi klien kami itu menambah omsetnya bertambah setelah pelatihan ini yang diberikan oleh Bu Eti dan owner D9 ini, keluarganya ini. Jadi luar biasa. Jadi mereka ini sangat intens ya, walaupun perempuan sangat peduli dan mereka tidak profit oriented tapi sangat altruis gitu ya. Sangat altruis dan memberikan waktu, tenaga dan pikiran untuk klien kami. Dan hasilnya adalah coba next lagi hasilnya.
Catur,
Jadi ya ini ya kesimpulan terakhir boleh. Ya kesimpulan terakhir, kesimpulan aja terakhir masih ada. Nah, yang pertama adalah bahwa penting membangun hubungan baik dengan klien jika trust akan terbangun terhadap kami, sehingga kami akan gampang nanti melakukan model CPC. Dan pentingnya melakukan profiling dan assessment ya terhadap kebutuhan dan masalah yang klien hadapi. Kemudian pentingnya rencana program ini harus tepat tentunya berdasarkan assessment. Kemudian pentingnya dukungan keluarga terutama perempuan dalam keberhasilan klien dalam rehabilitasi dan reintegrasi klien kami. Kemudian pentingnya memberikan kesempatan dan akses yang luas kepada klien supaya dia bisa berdaya karena pemberian keterampilan yang dia butuhkan. Pentingnya keterlibatan masyarakat, stakeholder yang terkait dalam rangka keberhasilan rehabilitasi dan reintegrasi klien kami. Kemudian, nah ini juga pentingnya peran pembimbing kemasyarakatan dalam pendampingan, pembimbingan dan pengawasan terhadap klien terorisme ya, yang di sini harus melakukan intensive supervision. Oke, itu saja mungkin. Terima kasih atas penyampaian yang terbatas ini. Terima kasih ya.
Terima kasih Pak Catur, mohon maaf karena waktunya sangat terbatas dan we still have 2 more speakers after this. So thank you for delivering your material, your experience in community-based correction, achievement and challenges. Then so we move to the second speaker. So I will give this forum to Mrs. Yani Lutfiana from AMAN Indonesia to deliver her material on reflective structured dialogue on social reintegration former ISIS combatant. Mrs. Yani, the forum is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and thank you for Bu Meli as a moderator. Please, my presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my presentation is based on AMAN Indonesia's experience in the social reintegration program implemented in collaboration with East Java Fatayat NU and Working Group on Women Countering Preventing Violent Extremism. Please, my presentation. My presentation, please. Because I have a question for the participant. Okay, thank you. Okay. Second slide. Okay, I would like to begin my presentation by inviting you to reflect or to think on the following questions. The first question, if you agree or if you ever, please raise your hand. The first question is, how many of you ever come to the dialogue forum but change into a long debate? Please, is everybody raise the hand? Okay, and the second question is, have you ever joined to the dialogue where the conversation was dominated by a particular person? Okay. And the third question, how many of us participated in the dialogue feeling unsafe or uncomfortable because no communication agreement? Okay, everybody raise hand. And how many of you participated in a dialogue that ended in conflict? Okay. Thank you. I am sure you all agree the dialogue is not the place to the dialogue is not uncomfortable place. Dialogue always, I think, or we hope the dialogue make all the participants comfortable and safe place. That's why AMAN Indonesia offer RSD as an alternative ways for dialogue. And now we move to next slide. What exactly RSD and how is it different from other dialogue? The first, RSD is a dialogue approach based on personal experience. So RSD making each person's story authoritative. The second, RSD established a communication agreement to create a safe and comfortable space for everyone involved. And next, in RSD, everyone has equal time to speak, confidentiality, and growing mutual respect and non-judgment. Back to the slide before. And RSD is a long process, especially in preparing the dialogue. Preparation is crucial for understanding this problem deeply and getting to know the actors. The facilitator's role is very crucial in guiding the dialogue. We back to the slide before. The facilitator's role is very crucial in guiding the dialogue. They must be neutral to ensure each participant feel comfortable, and the facilitator will ask effective questions that explore participant experiences and perspective on the problem. RSD uses a think, write, and speak method where the facilitator asks each participant to think and write down their answer, then deliver them within the same time frame. This method provides participants with the opportunity to listen to each other and reflect on their experiences. By this way, reflective structured dialogue approach is suitable for social reintegration, which often uses a top-down and client-based approach, and sometimes where the government often doesn't involve the community to reintegration process, and the social reintegration process that not involve the community will get a rejection from the community too. Next slide. I will describe the application of RSD in social reintegration in Lamongan, East Java, specifically in Kandang Semangkon Village, Paciran, Lamongan. Next slide. there are 7 important things that we do, or 7 steps that we do. The first is the process of understanding the situation and identifying actors. Actor identification must be carried out as carefully as possible to accommodate our perspective. And the next step is building scenario of social reintegration. This is time to analyze the assessment result, plans the next step, and map the actors. This process helps determine the topic to be discussed and the question to be formulated. And next step after building scenario of social reintegration is preparation of RSD facilitators. This stage is carried out so that the facilitator have a same perspective on the topic and the dialogue to be conducted. After this, we go to formulation of local team and handle social reintegration. A team is formed to manage the dialogue and follow up after the dialogue. This team consists of representatives from community groups and the village government. And the next step is implementation of the dialogue. The dialogue for social reintegration in Lamongan was held in 12 times and involved 104 participants. The topic of the dialogue was building community resilience in Kandang Semangkon village. The dialogue were divided in 12 groups. The group is the radicalization partner and family group, and then Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah Women's Group, and then Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah Youth Group, and then from the government, from the village government, sub-district government, and district government, and we held a dialogue to the village community leader group, and the last is the community organization groups from village to the district level. The dialogue were facilitated by 10 facilitators that trained by AMAN Indonesia before. We have 3 affective questions were addressed during the dialogue. The first question is, how do you feel and experience the return of former terrorists to Kandang Semangkon village? The next question, the second question is, in your opinion, what are the main problems that arise from returning former terrorists to the community? And the third question is, how will you contribute the process of reintegrating former terrorists into the community? There are a meaningful question because this is an affective question. And the SIG process of social reintegration in Lamongan, the restorative conference for reconciliation process. The restorative conference was led by 2 facilitators representing Nahdlatul Ulama and Muhammadiyah, the 2 biggest Islamic organizations in Indonesia with large following in this village. This session was very meaningful when most of participant dialogue attended to make improvement for the future. It was a moment where the party acknowledged past mistakes and promised not to repeat them and commits to prevent violent extremism. And it was a moment when community members expressed accepted of the deportments, a willingness to embrace and work together to prevent extremism. And it was a moment when the government expressed support to ensure the sustainability of social reintegration. And finally, everyone in attendance developed a shared commitment to be implemented in the future. And the last of the social reintegration process is finalizing 5 years roadmap. This is to ensure that the reintegration process will support by government, and this session was discussed about after dialogue too. Next, the dialogue was creating a deeply meaningful narrative. For example, narration from one of participants. Next slide. For example, narration from one of participants. He said, I am ready to accept former terrorists because I believe everyone can make mistake the first, second, and third time, but there is always an opportunity to improve oneself. And another example of deeply meaningful narrative has come from the deportee. He said, I didn't accept everyone to accept me so openly. I feel ready to integrate with society, and I am ready to join in the prevention of radicalism. And she said, to what I did has sacrificed my wife and children, and I regret it. This RSD is being a strengthening social cohesion and community too. This comes from the one of the member of Tim Tangguh, says Miss Julie from Aisyah Muhammadiyah. She said, let's collaborate. Aisyah and Muslimat NU will organize activities together. The venue will alternate, but the participant will come from those organizations. Next slide. We have any reflection from all of the process? The first is okay. Okay, I will end with this slide. The reflection is about women leadership, relationship between actors, the importance of group representation and representative team. Why women leadership is as a reflection of this process? Because women can be involved to social reintegration process by their own unique ways. As spokesperson within the family, educators, dialogue facilitator, and resilience team. And why relationship between actors is very necessary? Because RSD teach us build positive relationship between actors by fostering a shared commitment for the future and the importance of group representation. It is important to ensure group representation for accommodate experience and views. And the last is RSD teach us the success of the social reintegration is also supported by a team consisting facilitator, an assessment team, village and district government on the local community. And I hope this AMAN experience in social reintegration by reflective structure dialogue become an inspiration for you all. And thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Yeni, for sharing your experience in using reflective structure dialogue in social integration in Lamongan. It's a very insightful presentation. Maybe I have one or two questions just to know more about what you have been doing in Lamongan. You said that there is a several key steps that should be conducted using this reflective structure dialogue. Is there any specific method to consider what kind of configuration of participants for each dialogue? Yeah. Is there any specific consideration when you conducting dialogue? What is the consideration of? Is there any specific way to define the configuration of participants in each dialogue? Who are the participants of the dialogue, and how you design the configuration so the dialogue would be fair for everybody in the series of dialogue that you have been conducted in Lamongan.
Okay, thank you, Pumali, for the question. As I share about social reintegration process, the first process, we get an assessment to have a maps of the participant and mapping an actor, so we know who are the actor of the social reintegration in Lamongan, or the important members or participant to be guide and in the dialogue. And after this, we collect all of the actors and then spread by the community, like women community. And the women community, we have two groups. One group is from NU and another group from Muhammadiyah. And the another group is a youth group from NU and Muhammadiyah, and we have a dialogue with the participant from government, like from a local government, sub-district government, and district government, and we have a dialogue for
Recording in
special
progress.
for informal leader, like religion leader, social leader, and another. And we have 12 dialogue for every group in society. And then we have any dialogue. In any dialogue, we have 2 hours to speak about the theme and to answer about 3 affective questions. And we have step, or we have session to make a question each other, to have a question to another participant at the dialogue. And we have 10 facilitator to have the dialogue. And I think that is very meaningful, because by this dialogue we can hear any narrative positive, any positive narrative, and a very meaningful narrative from the deportees, from the family of deportees, from the representative of community, like women community, youth community, and another. Like this, I think.
Okay. So based on your experience, which parties usually it's not easy for you to ensure them to join the dialogue or open during the dialogue, open the discussion, and very open in dialogue. Which parties usually difficult, relatively compared to others.
Okay, to Meli, this in our experience, the hardly what in the most difficult to make a join to the dialogue is, I'm sorry, the first is come from government, and the second is come from the returnee and family. I don't know why government is too difficult to join to the dialogue, because I think maybe the government have on pattern to social reintegration, or maybe in Lamongan context they didn't have experience about social reintegration. So the government is not too not too serious to join to the dialogue. And this is the second group is deportee and the family, because maybe they feel uncomfortable to face with other, and because they are very exclusive, and reflective structure dialogue make them to meet each other. And I think it's very difficult to speak like the deportee if he say that I was sacrificed to wife and children because of the dealing with terrorism, and I think very difficult to them to express their mind about how the community accept them to the community too. I think like this, but this is based on our experience. Maybe this different with another place.
Thank you, Ms. Yeni. So we move to our last speaker, Mr. Taufik Andri from Yayasan Prasasti Perdamaian, who will speak about child-centered integration, psychosocial recovery, and family healing. Mr. Andri, Taufik, the forum is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Meli. Can you hear the voice?
Yeah, clear.
Okay, thank you. I will deliver the presentation briefly because this is like an subject that become an experience of my organization in dealing with the juvenile terrorist prisoner and some of the returnees and deportees from the children and teenagers as clusters. So the presentation is about the how we deal with strategic challenges, especially in terms of how we mix the intervention program. We call it as a radicalization or even disengagement. It's become child-centered program. Let me start with the background. Now we have at least 19, or to be exact, 20 former juvenile terrorist prisoner. All of them already released, but we have to admit it that they didn't have proper rehabilitation and reintegration process. And then we know that hundreds of children and teenagers associated with FTF, foreign terrorist fighter, from 2015 to 2018, they also didn't have proper rehabilitation and reintegration program when they were returned to Indonesia. The number after 2018 is not very clear because some of them or most of them are still in Syria. Hundreds of children or teenagers who still in the Al-Hol and Al-Raj refugee camp tends to ignore without proper intervention program. We know that they didn't have proper educational intervention. They not even have a proper humanitarian aid support or even healthcare and everything in that refugee camp. And children and teenagers right now in Indonesia mostly is probably the most vulnerable cluster of recruitment. As of they were easily influenced by the parents or kinship network, by the patron, the elderly, the peer group, the schools, social environment, and social media. So as a most vulnerable cluster, we need to pay attention on what's happened in the life of our youth, not only in the family, but also when they are in the school or outside the schools. So the strategic issues in terms of applying the deradicalization program is I found at least 5 main ideas The first is that we need to do what we call as rediscovering identity, because this is one of the important stages that we need to know about the identity of those each and every individuals. Even though that they are very young, some of them maybe children under like 10 or 9 years old, but they are a person who's still trying to find their identity. And this is quite difficult for the youth that already influenced by the uh, parents or superiors in when they become juvenile terrorist prisoners. The second is the importance of the re-education, because when we deal with the juvenile, I think most of them have no proper education experience. Some of them were not educated, not even graduated from the high school, not even graduated from the junior high, or maybe some of them are graduated only from the elementary school. Most of them were coming from the Pesantren background, and the rest is homeschooling with less standard. Uh, Back then, in terms of how the correction directorate general try to enhance their educational capacity, they applying a couple of the educational program, including with the PNPT and Census 88, to facilitating them to get the educational processes. The third is how we enhance their critical thinking. This is also important. How we fostering their capacity in terms of dealing with the critical question in their life about religion, about society, about faith, about jihad, and many things that related to their curiosity, their anger, and their psychological question. The fourth would be how we can deal with the deconstruction stigmatization. This is the works that we need to be engaged with the society, simply because we need to deal with the uh, understanding from the society, so they're not really doing the stigmatization. They become enabling society to help and support and giving assistance to the children to get through their reintegration processes. The last one will be the strengthening their integration program through multi-stakeholder support. This is also crucial and important, simply because the challenges on this issue is quite difficult, because we are on the race with the radical groups who were uh, uh, trying to keep the influence to the youth, to the juvenile, to the youth from the deportation and returnees cluster, to make them become part of the network and supporting their cause as long as possible. So there are only, I think, two opportunity. We are surrender and giving the opportunity to the radical groups to take care of them, or we together working with the government, with the local government, with the civil society to preparing what we call as a multi-stakeholder support for the children, for the juvenile, so they can take good care of the reintegration program that honestly we are still lack of support of it. And then the last one about the recommendation that we need to do in the next future. I think based on what we learned from our program, some of them are the failure. It's about the how we need more and more psychological and psychosocial approaches on the youth and former juvenile terrorist prisoner. When I talk about how we help them rediscovering their identity, is meaning that we need to put their identity back as a children, as a teenagers, because sometimes when they talk to them, they talk just like an adult. They talk about, government things. They talk about faith. They talk about religion. They talk about life, but they not really know how they talk about themselves. They not really know how to talk about the youth life or the teenagers life, what they want, what they exact goal in life and everything. So how we try to support them find themselves is quite crucial in this stage. The second will be how we facilitating the educational processes. I think the government has been doing tremendous works in this stage. Correction department, KNPT, Densus, they work hand in hand to facilitating the processes, but we need to support this initiative until the reintegration processes, especially with the uh, support from the local government when they were released from the prison. Again, more critical thinking training. A lot of vocational uh, support that they need to know. A lot of training, not only that related to the livelihood, but also things that related to the reading, music, sports, and everything that makes them have a spirit and good critical thinking in many ways. And then the recommendation on the stigmatization is by giving a protection for them as a youth, as a juvenile, former juvenile, and to become more, uh, you know, uh, to protect their identity and to protect their secret as a former juvenile, so they can get a proper and equal opportunity when they continue their study, their training, or even when they starting work in a certain places. So the idea is that how we support them to get kind of a certification from the government that they were already passed or following the deradicalization program. And the last one would be how we creating the enabling society for the former juvenile terrorists to find themselves with a long-term and sustainable reintegration program. This is a homework actually, very difficult assignment because we not only will be working with the parents, but also with multi-stakeholders, government, local government, other CSO partner, especially local CSO partner, that having the concern to supporting the reintegration processes for the juvenile and youth from the Timur and Indonesia. I think that's my presentation. Looking forward for the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Safi. Very interesting presentation, and particularly in the last recommendation that you delivered, that creating an enabling society for the former juvenile terrorist defendants, this long-term, long-term integration program. I think from the previous speakers also, the integration process is not a short term orientation. So that's the challenge of the integration for everyone who deliver it. Okay, I will certainly give the forum to the discussion, our two distinguished discussion for today, for this session one, Mr. Hatim Satnawi and Mrs. Prabha Sankaranarayan. Mr. Hatim, I will give you 10 minutes for giving your reflection of the three presentations of the speakers in session one. Mr. Hatim.
Yes. Thank you so much, dear distinguished guests, colleague, and friends. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Karamakasi. First of all, thank you so much for having me today at this important forum. It's an honor to join a conversation that pushes us to think more holistically and comprehensively about reintegration and the role of women in the peace-building process. Let me introduce myself very short. This is Hatim Satnawi. My mission is to support individual and community in achieving a positive change in their life. Over the past 10 years, I have worked on programs focused on rehabilitation and reintegration, youth resilience, women empowerment, and economic reintegration. Let's begin. The three presentations and the three speakers shared a great insight and practice. Therefore, I would like to highlight a few points on my side. One, I will start with the reflection structured dialogue, the RSD. I believe it's a very great approach because it directly addresses the core psychosocial relationship and social barrier that often hinder the reintegration process. Using personal experience is a great tool for people to feel more empathy and understanding people with different perspectives. A drafting scenario of social reintegration will give both community and ex-combatant how the future look like in this community and highlight alternative available option for both sides. Also encouraging reflection over debate and disagreement. This is the most important part of the dialogue. Point two, I wanted to emphasize the importance of the human-central approach to reintegration. Reintegration is not simply security concern or security issue. It's deeply social, psychosocial, and relationship issue. At Hidayah, our approach is always not security. We focus on the human-central approach, and therefore we have a great publication and resources that you can use and you can utilize for your work. One is the blueprint of rehabilitation and reintegration of returning foreign tourist fighters. The second one, which is more practical handbook, is the Needs and Strength Manual, a practical guide for trust building and to resilience behavior. Point three, the gender and the woman and in the process of reintegration. We must move beyond seeing women as only victims. Women are often family core pillar, community influencer, in some cases formal combatant and supportive of the violent extremist group. So reintegration program must be tailored to the women's needs and situation, must offer psychosocial support, economic empowerment, economic opportunity, and pathway for empowerment. I have led a successful initiative and program in Morocco, Nigeria, and in Indonesia that highlight the vital role of women and family in both prevention of radicalization and prevention of violent extremism, and the role of the woman and the family in the reintegration process. However, always there's a question, and I would also keep this for the three speakers, that how we can reduce the stigma, especially when it's related to the women in the community, that they have still resistance or deeply resistant of the reintegration of the women. Point 4, I want to also reflect on the community-based correction. Rehabilitation, first of all, rehabilitation and reintegration cannot be the job of single entity. There's no one organization or entity or government institution can do the whole process alone. It's required a shared responsibility across justice, civil society, health, education sector, and many, many other agencies. But above all of that, the host community. The host community role in the rehabilitation and integration is important and key. A community-based corrections like Babas and CBC approach in Indonesia that our colleague presented in during the session show us and show how the localized trust, building the trust with the community, giving the relationship guidance, preparing the community to accept and host, how this all reduce the relapse and enhance the rehabilitation and reintegration effort. Not only that, also they reduce also the negative effect of the prison or the jail. However, such model needs a capacity building, clear procedure, and ongoing training and monitoring to ensure that they are complementing the justice system, not replicating the justice system, and to be sure that we are on the right track. Again, the big concern will come from the community. During my work in different community, the main question was from the host community, how we will be feeling safe if you bring back an ex-combatant or foreign terrorist fighter to our community. And this is where we need to balance between the concern of the community and such approach. I also wonder if possible, our colleague to share with us as a handout the assessment tools they use in the Babas activity. The last point I want to highlight the child central approach or the reintegration of children and minors. Children associated with armed group or affected by violence extremists must be treated as victims. Children are victims, even though they might participate in violence. The most vulnerable group that needs our support and our attention is the children and minors. Once we build any program for child or for children, we should look at the child best interest. And for that, Hidayah recently published a very good toolkit for rehabilitation and reintegration of minors, where we have 10 different pillars or 10 different focus on that, how to support the children rehabilitation and reintegration. And the most important on that, you should focus on psychosocial recovery, family healing and resilience building, and trauma-informed care. The children, what they have seen during their participation or being in the conflict zone is huge, and it's not easy to observe, and we need to have long-term, they will have long-term impact and trauma. Okay. My few recommendations and insights, the whole discussion of today. 1, the reintegration program must be tailored. There is no one size fits all. Context is important, especially from our region, from our global south, from the country, etc. Each community, each person has individual needs and strength and situation that we need to take in consideration once we start implementing and developing or drafting intervention for that community or that individual. Second, we should not forget the community readiness. The community always need to be a player, an active player in the rehabilitation and reintegration process, especially in the reintegration process. If the community is not ready to host or to accept the returnee, that will be one of the reasons that why we failed in the reintegration process. That's why we should think about the community fear, the stigma, the misinformation that the community receive and work on it while we are working in parallel with the individual that they will be back to that community. Last, we should shift our intervention from reactive to proactive. We should start focusing also on the prevention side. Prevention side is very important. Now we have a lot of extremist group may be defeated physically, but they are still present in our digital platform, our social media. And therefore, we need to start working in the prevention tools to prevent our community before they start radicalization and before we getting in the worst case scenario that they are extremists and there's extremist act. I will close with one, I will leave you all with one quote or one thing that I always share during our program. Successful reintegration is not about erasing the personal past or the person's past. It's about helping them reclaim the future, building their future rooted in a dignity, belonging, and hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your recommendation. I think the 3 recommendations that you've been given are very important. And we try to move to Ms. Prabha.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
the floor is yours, Mrs. Prabha.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am honored to be amongst all of you today and delighted to hear the amazing programs that we all had the opportunity to hear from our 3 presenters. I want to begin by saying that each one of them is extremely thoughtful. They are all multidimensional programs. They demonstrate approaches that, while different, are unique and comprehensive. The speaker before me, Mr. Shatnawi, shared very comprehensive recommendations, so I will do my best to add to what he has already said. I cannot help underscoring his comments on being trauma-informed and focusing on a proactive rather than a reactive response. I will say that each of these programs focuses on the needs of the individuals, the families, and the communities to varying degrees. They are holistic in that respect and absolutely current in terms of good practices. The other thing that occurs to me is that in their approach, if I may, recognizing that the safe integration of individuals, whether it is adults or children, requires a community-based approach. Each of these programs represents Indonesia's leadership in this area. One, I will say, takes a little bit more of a security approach. The dialogic one on reflective structured dialogue integrates the best of peace-building approaches into this process. And the last one, focusing on children, is a very much of a psychological approach. As a therapist who has practiced, particularly with a specialty on trauma, I cannot help but recognize that while each approach is as comprehensive, there is almost an integration of the possibility of the psychosocial approaches into the dialogic into the other two, and all of them being community-based would really make each program much richer. So my comments are more about enhancing each program by learning from the others rather than just commenting on each one alone. What is also extraordinary is that in the last 20 years, the research and the application of the research and our practices have really deepened our knowledge. We are now at the second or third generation of program development in terms of integration. If you all remember, when Ruby and I first started talking about the use of peace-building practices like reflective structured dialogue in integration of former fighters, former terrorists, that was not something people were doing a lot of. So in that sense, I think AMAN had the good fortune to have the support and resources to be able to try out different approaches and to try something very different from what had been done before. And the fact that they have been able to integrate these individuals safely into community is a testament to the success of these programs and the effectiveness of these methods. The prevention side, I will say, at Mediators Beyond Borders, we learned a lot about integration from former fighters in countries around the world. And one of the clearest lessons, as we heard from Mr. Shatnawi, was also that you must engage the community when you're reintegrating, because until the community is ready to accept, they cannot provide the safety, because the safety doesn't just depend on the individual, it depends on the community. And engaging the community in a process that is dialogic and possible to develop over time, because community needs change, the individuals being returned change, the families' needs change, all of that requires an ongoing process and not a one-time, we are done now. It is never over completely until the community is able to embrace the return of these individuals in a way that ensures their health and the community's safety. There is a mutuality in that relationship that is critical, and the recognition that when we are implementing these processes, particularly for young children, recognizing that young children do not have the ability to make the kinds of informed choices that adults do, and therefore need to be treated as victims, and particularly with a trauma-informed approach. And I will say that for practitioners in this field, it is also important to recognize that what the practitioners might hear in their interventions requires us to pay attention to the psychosocial needs of the interventionists and practitioners also, because of the possibility and the influence of secondary trauma. It is really important to pay attention to the health of the practitioners in this context. So I want to lead into one last comment, which has to do with not just what happens in person. What we recognize is that the world of online interventions to prevent offline violence has really required us to develop an integrated approach of peace and technology coming together. So even the narratives that communities might develop can be shared much more widely when we are able to positively engage social media in this process. I have worked in communities where the integration has been derailed by media campaigns by individuals who have not been engaged as stakeholders. So when we also engage the entire community and develop the skills and share the skills for positive media narratives, whether it's in social media or in other public media, the ability for the community to say, this is what we are doing collectively, and we take collective responsibility for it, and welcome the returnees with a mind to safety, psychological and physical, is really critical. So I would encourage the Indonesian practitioners and welcome your participation in more global arenas as you step forward with such great leadership. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Prabha, for your critical reflections. So much with draw connections across the presentations, and I will give the opportunity for the speakers to answer the question from the chat box that has been sent by the participant. The first questions that in my chat box, yeah, because my connection are several times disconnected. So the first question is from Agnia Sari. The question is, considering that the integration is a long process requiring multiple programs, what would be the best approach to ensure effective collaboration among stakeholders, particularly between state and non-state actors? And yeah, these questions are for the three speakers. Agnia Sari would like to hear the perspective of its speakers. And the second question is from, I don't know, the name Unai San. Yeah. For the first question is for Mrs. Yani. You mentioned a 5-year program for social integration. Why 5 years? Is that considered a good amount of time to ensure that someone is properly reintegrated? How do you measure whether integration has been successful? You mentioned that deportees in Lamongan case face more challenges when it comes to social integration. Can you elaborate more on that? And the second question is for Mr. Taufik from UPP. Since you have a lot of experience both in practice and research, what are the differences between children related to domestic terrorist offenders and those who went to Syria or were deported from Turkey? Okay, Mrs. Yani, Mr. Chatur and Mrs. Taufik, you can answer the first question.
Can I start?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For the last question from Unaisa. I think at least I found two basic differences between the domestic offenders, which is the juvenile terrorist prisoners, and the deportan or returnees children or the teenagers. First is that the recruitment processes. For the domestic, there were certain recruitment processes from the family base, or even from the school, or even from the paid group. But from the Syrian deportees and returnees, I think mostly they don't have choices because they were recruited by the family. So it's not really based on the normal recruitment processes, but they just dragged by the family to join the cause. The second will be the characteristic. The domestic, I think we can still talk to them. We can understand their argumentation and everything, because they were exposed with things that not only, based on the faith and ideology, but so many other things, families, value, culture, and everything. But when we meet with the youngs, the youth from the Syria, I think because they were completely or totally exposed with the violence, with the devastating life, with the terrible life. So the characteristic is much more, hard and harsh, and maybe a little bit violence. And they're not really having a flexible view on the things like government or society, or anything that even related to the youth life. So it's the two main differences of the those domestic and Japanese and Syrian and returnees from Syria. That's the answer for Onaisa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I will give the question for Mbak Yeni to answer. Short answer, Mbak Yeni, for the three questions that have been delivered for you. Mbak Yeni?
Okay. Terima kasih for the first question. It could be like that. Perhaps 5 years is the ideal time, but it is actually agreement among the participants in the planning session. The 5-year plan focus more on program and activities that address to building community resilience to in the future. Okay. Okay, I will repeat. The 5-year roadmap we have established focus more on program and activities that address to build community resilience to prevent radicalization in the future. Actually, not just for reintegration process, but for the all of the goal of the program is to community resilient.
Okay.
Okay, and the second question, this is actually not formal question to determine whether someone has truly from reintegration, but we can see from the developing sign, for example, increased community acceptance. The returnee is join the activities with community and no longer being associated with group. Yes, not have relation with their community before.
And the last question.
Okay. Okay, and the challenge social reintegration is at the moment is I think focus on begin with because of this social reintegration process. Okay, because of the social reintegration process led by women, they are very difficult to break the stigma in society, the stigma in community. The stigma is, for example, society believe that violent extremism is men business. It is not women business, and everybody thinks that women not impacted by violent extremism. Actually, women is very impacted in violent extremism, direct or no direct. And sometimes somebody think that violent extremism has approached by militaristic approach because the radicalist group is bring the weapon. So it must be by militaristic approach. This is a very difficult stigma we change the community, and this is, I think, one of the challenge of social integration by a reflective factor dialogue led by women also.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Amy. Unfortunately, we cannot answer the first question from Agnia Sari, but I think what has been delivered by Mr. Satnawi. Halo,
Halo,
Pak Catur?
ya siap. Izin menambahkan, Ibu?
Ya, singkat aja Pak ya, singkat saja.
Ya,
Very short answer.
Baik, siap. Terkait dengan pertanyaan Bu Afnia Sari ya, terkait dengan proses reintegrasi itu bukan berarti long proses, never ending proses, tapi harus ada batasnya supaya klien kita itu mandiri gitu ya. Jadi ukuran kami adalah apakah klien kita itu sudah berfungsi sosial dengan baik atau tidak, terpenuhi kebutuhannya, itu parameternya. Dan kemudian dia bisa menjalankan perannya dengan baik atau tidak. Sebagai contoh, di semua klien kami itu kami ukur tentang bagaimana perannya itu dijalankan dengan baik dan kebutuhannya bisa terpenuhi dengan baik pula. Baik itu klien perempuan maupun laki-laki. Jadi kolaborasi yang baik adalah membuka kesempatan partisipasi masyarakat secara luasnya. Jadi negara itu sebagai state aktor itu hanya fasilitator saja. Jadi pelaku utama adalah masyarakat. Kalau ini keberhasilan reintegrasi ditentukan oleh bagaimana tingkat partisipasi masyarakat dalam proses kembalinya klien kita itu di masyarakat. Itu aja, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Pak Catur, for an excellent answer. I think it's answered the question for Agnia. Okay, we come to an end for the session 1. And I would like to thank everybody, our distinguished guests, our distinguished participants, our esteemed speakers and discussion for your participation today. And thank you again. And I hope that the session 1 will give more understanding and comprehension about how reintegration based on Indonesian good practices could contribute to the way we develop more comprehensive approaches for reintegrations. And yeah, if there are any thing that I probably delivered not improperly, please I give my apologies, and see you next time in the next session of this forum, and thanks again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mrs. Melly, for leading the session. It was very resourceful and very reflective panel for sure. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceed into our second session titled Justice for Whom? Law Enforcement and the Right of Women and Children Victims of Terrorism. This session will be moderated by Mrs. Dian Nuswantari, independent researcher from Indonesian Caucus for Academic Freedom, or KICA. We invite Mrs. Dian to guide us through the discussion. Mrs. Dian, the screen is yours.
Yes, thank you. But I don't know how to open the camera. Okay, I'm sorry. My camera is not work very well. Okay, thank you. For the second session, we have three speakers. The first is Mbak Dewi Rana from Lingkar Belajar Perempuan. She will deliver the topic on victim-centered advocacy for the rights of terrorism survivors in the case of Sigi in Central Sulawesi, and it will followed by Susila Ningtyas, a friend of mine. She's a witness and victim protection agency. She's a commissioner from the we call it LPSK, and she will deliver topics on restitution and recovery perspective from the government of Indonesia. And this session will be an Ella. Yeah, Ella is the director of SKP Human Rights from Central Sulawesi, and she will deliver the topic from trauma to collective power in the case of organizing strategies for survivor, and it will be followed by two discussions. Hamsatu Alamin, a founder and executive director of Al-Amin Foundation, and also Yulis Puspitaningrum, a program manager of United Nations UN Women. So the screen is yours, please, Mbak Dewi. All of the speakers will have 10 minutes to present their presentation. Thank you. Mbak Dewi, please.
Ya, baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. Apa suara saya terdengar dengan baik?
Baik, silakan.
Ya, terima kasih Mbak Dian. Iya, terima kasih teman-teman AMAN Indonesia dan UN Women atas upaya ini. Saya merasa terhormat ya hadir di forum ini. Saya ingin share begitu pengalaman kami di lapangan. Oke, mungkin saya akan share sendiri begitu karena waktunya hanya 10 menit biar ini ya. Ya, saya
Silakan.
izin share kepada teman-teman panitia. Apakah akses untuk share diberikan?
Sudah.
Bisa
Silakan.
langsung.
Ya.
Oke. Aku nggak tahu, sepertinya ada kendala. Dibantu saja dari sana.
I think the signal is not good.
Ya. Oke, saya coba lagi. Oke. Oke, untuk tidak membuang waktu, Bapak Ibu sekalian, sambil menunggu materi presentasinya di-share oleh panitia. Oke, ini sudah. Baik, next saja. Next saja, Mbak. Oke, baik. Saya ingin memberikan gambaran sedikit soal desa yang mengalami serangan pasca pasca serangan terorisme ini. Desa ini sebelumnya, Mbak, ya, desa ini sebenarnya secara geografis sangat jauh dari kota Palu ya, kurang lebih berjarak sekitar 70 kilometer dari ibu kota Provinsi Sulawesi Tengah dan jarak tempuh 2-3 jam dari kota Palu dengan medan yang cukup ekstrim gitu, karena memang melalui jalan yang tidak begitu bagus aksesnya. Dan desa ini dihuni begitu banyak etnis yang ada di desa, tapi yang menariknya desa ini tidak pernah ada sejarah konflik, ya, tidak pernah ada gesekan dari kelompok-kelompok yang berbeda di komunitas. Nah, penduduk desa ini sekitar kurang lebih 638 jiwa dengan perempuan sekitar 1.000 sekian, dan ada juga kelompok-kelompok disabilitas. Next saja. Next. Iya, Bapak Ibu sekalian, secara geografis desa ini kira-kira kurang lebih begini gambarannya. Memang sangat sangat beragam yang menjadi penghuni di desa. Begitu ada kelompok-kelompok teman-teman Nasrani, juga ada kelompok Muslim, dan teman-teman Buddha juga ada di sini. Ada ada gereja Toraja, Advent, Mawar Saron, dan seterusnya. Itu ada dalam desa gitu ya. Desa ini memiliki sekitar 5 dusun, dan TKP ini terletak cukup jauh dari desa, kurang lebih sekitar 10 kilometer ya dari dusun satu. Ini TKP-nya di uh, uh, yang cukup jauh dari dusun satu, seperti itu. Next. Ya, oke. Nah, ini siapa korban? Oke, sebelum ke sini saya ingin menyampaikan siapa korbannya. Korbannya ini adalah 14 kepala keluarga, dan ini didominasi oleh suku Kaili yang memang etnisnya itu etnis yang tidak mayoritas begitu dia di dalam desa. Mereka korban ini adalah korban resettlement tahun 1970-an yang berpindah dari desanya, itu tahun 1970-an begitu ya. Dan kenapa mengadvokasi korban itu kita harus memikirkan banyak hal, karena memang korban, terutama perempuan-perempuan, itu melihat langsung kejadiannya begitu, dan mereka juga mengalami intimidasi dan kekerasan langsung dari para pelaku. Yang pelaku itu berjumlah sekitar 10 sampai 15 orang pada saat kejadian. Korban juga tidak memiliki akses pendidikan yang baik seperti kita ya. Dan korban juga tidak bisa berbahasa Indonesia dan terbatas begitu ya. Mereka itu tinggal di rumah-rumah yang dibangun oleh pemerintah, dan di dalam desa mereka dianggap sebagai kelompok yang berbeda begitu ya di dalam desanya. Jadi sebetulnya apa namanya lapisan kerentanan itu sangat kuat gitu ya. Dan ini membutuhkan pendekatan yang seperti itu. Nah, terus saja, next. Next, Pak. Mungkin di saya. Oke. Nah, apa yang kami lakukan, apa namanya, mencoba untuk melakukan beberapa hal, begitu. Dan ini, ya, yang pertama, Ibu Perempuan bersama dengan tim respon cepat. Ini waktu kejadian baru saja terjadi ya, teman-teman. Kami bersama dengan pemerintah daerah, waktu itu juga ada Kemensos, FKUB, OPD terkait begitu ya. Itu langsung apa namanya turun ke lokasi di mana korban berada. Kami mencoba untuk melanjutkan asesmen kebutuhan korban karena apa namanya baru pertama ketemu saja itu kita sudah merasa bahwa apa nama korban begitu sangat luka, begitu sangat apa membekas begitu karena mereka itu masih sangat terpuruk gitu. Kemudian kami Ibu Perempuan tidak sendiri bersama teman-teman AMAN Indonesia yang juga sangat responsif itu dan juga teman-teman di Gerakan Perempuan itu kemudian memberikan bantuan-bantuan spesifik pada korban. Bahkan tuh ada ini ya, ada apa ibu yang apa sempat terharu begitu ya, karena mungkin nanti dari kita begitu baru ada bantuan-bantuan yang spesifik menyasar pada anak-anak mereka, karena mereka itu lari dari rumah dengan baju di badan begitu, ibu-ibu itu lari dengan daster gitu karena apa melihat situasi yang sangat sangat tragis begitu di desanya, dan bantuan-bantuan ini apa namanya sangat berarti untuk mereka. Nah, apalagi kami mencoba untuk masuk dan membangun dialog begitu karena waktu awal serangan itu ada semacam apa ya diskursus bahwa ini antara kelompok Muslim dan menyerang kelompok Kristen gitu ya. Nah, ini berbahaya sekali kalau dibiarkan. Untuk mendesain doa lintas iman itu dilakukan di Kota Palu ya. Karena begini Bapak Ibu sekalian, korban ini apa namanya memiliki jejak migrasi yang panjang. Oleh karena itu kami memilih Kota Palu karena mereka masih memiliki hubungan-hubungan kekerabatan begitu ya dengan orang-orang yang ada di dan di sekitar kota gitu. Nah, ini dihadiri juga oleh pemerintah daerah Sulawesi Tengah, oleh semua pemuka agama hadir pada saat ini, dan juga oleh teman-teman tokoh perempuan tidak hanya dari lokal tapi juga dari nasional. Terus saja.
Sorry.
Next. Ya. Nah, tadi Mbak Ye narasumber sebelumnya sudah berbicara soal RSD. Saya merasa bahwa dalam konteks apa namanya mengungkap gitu ya, membangun ketangguhan ya, termasuk bagaimana membuat korban bicara, ini adalah metode yang sangat bagus saya kira. Nah, mencoba dengan teman-teman AMAN membuat riset kecil ya, yang itu mencoba untuk menemukan apa dan bagaimana begitu situasi lapisan-lapisan korban gitu ya, dan kami menemukan bisa diakses di websitenya teman-teman AMAN. Saya kira ini menarik sekali temuannya karena mengungkap begitu banyak eh, lapisan, tapi juga di balik itu ada kekuatan kekuatan komunitas, kekuatan komunal, kekuatan perempuan yang tersembunyi seperti itu yang angkat begitu. Next saja. Ya, next Mbak. Iya. Nah, kami menemukan korban yang sangat berlapis-lapis begitu. Memang 14 kepala keluarga ini, sebelumnya Mbak, 14 kepala keluarga ini adalah korban yang yang sangat sangat ini ya, mendapatkan eh, stigma begitu ya dari eh, ya yang merupakan korban langsung dari kejadian ini, dan eh, ini yang dan utamanya perempuan. Nah, setelah kejadian, mereka kemudian secara keseluruhan, karena tempat tinggalnya sudah dianggap tidak aman, karena itu juga adalah lintasan atau jalur kelompok Mujahidin Indonesia Timur pada saat itu. Oleh karena itu, pemerintah kemudian memindahkan 14 kepala keluarga ini ke Dusun Satu. Dusun Satu ini jangan dibayangkan dekat dari Dusun Lima ya. Ini jaraknya bisa sampai 7 kilometer sampai 10 kilometer. Jadi sangat jauh sebetulnya. Nah, mereka kemudian menempati rumah begitu yang dibangun, tapi sayangnya akses pada sumber penghidupan ekonomi itu terbatas. Ini adalah salah satu korban begitu yang untuk mengambil air minum aja itu harus jalan kaki dari rumahnya ke kaki gunung. Ini untuk bertahan hidup ya. Nah, mungkin maksud pemerintah itu baik begitu memindahkan mereka dari tempat mereka, tempat kejadian itu ke Unsat. Tapi kemudian menimbulkan masalah baru, eh, di mana mereka itu kemudian bisa mempertahankan hidupnya itu dari istilah mereka itu makan gaji. Artinya kalau ada kebun yang yang akan diolah seperti itu begitu ya, dan dikasih honor katakan seperti itu tuh itu 10.000 1 jam. Nah, bisa dibayangkan Bapak Ibu sekalian bagaimana dampak serangan itu tuh bagaimana berlapisnya pada perempuan korban. Dan yang paling yang paling menyedihkan sebetulnya adalah teman-teman korban perempuan ini tuh harus jalan kaki 7 sampai 8 jam sehari untuk bertahan hidup. Ini sesuatu yang menurut kami luar biasa begitu, dan atas dasar inilah yang kemudian kami mencoba untuk bagaimana membangun sebuah advokasi begitu, tapi kemudian menjadikan korban sebagai pusat advokasi, menjadikan korban sebagai aktor utama seperti itu, dan itu harus dilakukan dengan cara-cara yang bermartabat gitu ya. Nah, dan juga holistik begitu, karena mungkin kita masyarakat sipil punya keterbatasan-keterbatasan begitu yang itu tuh bisa didialogkan dengan pemerintah setempat begitu, tokoh-tokoh agama di dalam desa ya, terutama juga tokoh-tokoh dalam pemerintah desa seperti itu.
Mbak
Next
Dewi,
saja.
maaf, kurang 5 menit ya.
Oke Mbak, mungkin saya ingin menyampaikan beberapa hal dalam konteks ini melalui mekanisme RSD, teman-teman. Kami mencoba untuk menggali begitu secara mendalam, membiarkan perempuan berbicara dan terlibat dalam seluruh proses-proses diskusi di kampung. Dan kita juga melakukan psikososial dengan korban, begitu ya. Ini ada 2 tahapan psikososialnya, termasuk dengan anak-anak seperti itu. Dan kita mencoba untuk bekerja dengan pemerintah daerah gitu. Dan alhamdulillah pemerintah daerah itu sangat respon ya. Kemudian pemerintah daerah dalam pertemuan dengan korban itu ada di slide saya halaman 21, itu bisa dicek 21-22 begitu. Itu pemerintah daerah Kabupaten Sigi itu menyetujui semua permohonan yang diajukan oleh korban. Dan juga pihak-pihak yang terkait, termasuk teman-teman LPSK yang mungkin sebentar Mbak dari LPSK akan menyampaikan juga, karena mereka sudah turun kemarin untuk memastikan korban mendapatkan penetapan dan saya tidak tahu bahasanya, tapi mungkin restitusi ya, seperti itu. Dan saat ini juga pemerintah daerah itu sudah memasukkan program di dalam Dinas Transmigrasi itu memasukkan program 50 unit rumah yang dibangun di Dusun Levonu. Ini menjadi program prioritas dari Kementerian Transmigrasi. Ini sudah kita sampaikan juga, dan ini disampaikan oleh Bupati langsung pada saat pertemuan dengan korban. Dan juga saat ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, dengan advokasi melalui RSD itu Pemda sudah melakukan perbaikan. Ini bisa dilihat di slide nomor 23. Itu jalannya ini sudah baik ya teman-teman. Dulu itu kalau kita masuk itu luar biasa. Aksesnya itu sangat sulit gitu ya. Dan alhamdulillah pemerintah daerah Kabupaten Sigi ini kemudian memperbaiki sarana dan prasarana untuk masuk ke sana. Dan saat ini melalui Musrembang, Pemda Sigi itu akan membangun 2 km jalan dan dibantu oleh pemerintah provinsi. Ini kemarin disampaikan waktu kunjungan Menteri Transmigrasi ke Dusun 5 Levonu, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Nah, dan yang menarik saat ini, minggu lalu kita bertemu korban begitu, pasar yang menjadi ruang perempuan untuk bertemu, gitu ya, ruang untuk pulih bersama ini sudah mulai beraktivitas kembali, walaupun belum pulih sepenuhnya gitu ya, tapi menurut pemulihan yang sangat baik, karena teman-teman itu akan datang dan bertemu dengan semua yang lain, mereka saling berpelukan. Ada bahkan ibu yang bilang gini, sebelum pasar dibuka itu saya sengaja menunggu korban lewat di sini Bu, supaya saya bisa peluk gitu. Jadi ini ya advokasi yang terus dilakukan gitu ya dengan pemerintah daerah, dengan pihak-pihak terkait, termasuk dengan DP3A setempat gitu. Itu kemudian membuka ruang dan perempuan korban ternyata tidak hanya tidak hanya menjadi korban, tapi ada di slide saya halaman 22 itu justru menjadi tokoh penting,
2 menit lagi ya Mbak Dewi.
pemimpin di dalam komunitasnya. Saat ini bisa dicek bagaimana peran Ibu Dewi begitu menjadi agen perdamaian. Waktunya habis, Mbak?
Ya, habis.
Oke, ya, waktunya habis, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Nanti bisa diakses materi saya aktif gitu di sini supaya kita on time mengakhiri dan bisa mengakses materi saya melalui panitia. Mohon maaf, mungkin tidak bisa menyampaikan semua proses yang kami lakukan dengan teman-teman AMAN Indonesia, dan saya kira terima kasih atas ruang ini. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Dear all, I'm sorry for my mistakes. I said that the discussion is was that for Mbak Yulia, but now the discussion for the session is Angkana Hemi from Tejai Group Thailand, and Nastasia Francesca Jimenez or Kai, a program analyst from UN Women Indonesia office. So the next speaker is Susila Ningtyas from the sorry, well, I'm not sure. From the Indonesia Witness and Victim Protection Agency, or we call it LPSK. Please, the forum is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Dian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the committee to give me an opportunity to speak and to meet all the speakers here, all the experts here, distinguished speakers and participants. Firstly, I would like to inform you that LPSK is a state agency that is established under Law Number 13 of 2006 regarding witness and victim protection. Based on the law, we provide both protection and assistance to witness and victims of crimes, including victims of terrorism. Then I would like to share a brief history of Indonesian policies on the fulfilling the rights of witnesses and victims of terrorism in Indonesia. I need to share it because based on our legal system, providing victims' rights should be based on the law. First, in the year of 2002 was a historical year of the victims of terrorism that led to Indonesian government to issue the government regulation in Law Number 1 of 2002 on the Eradication of the Terrorism Act. It provides rights for victims of terrorism in the form of two preparation mechanisms such as compensation or restitution. According to this law, compensation is monetary payment that is paid by the state for the victim, while restitution is compensation that perpetrator pays the victim. Both are paid based on the court decision. Then this law will revise in 2018, become the Law Number 5 of 2018. In 2014, the Indonesian government issued the revision of the Witness and Victim Protection Law. It was the first law which recognized the victim's right to medical and psychological rehabilitation and psychological assistance beside compensation and restitution. Then in 2018, the government issued Law Number 5 of 2018, where one of the important inputs from the victims was to pursue the past victims of terrorism to have the rights to medical and psychological rehabilitation and psychological assistance and or the compensation itself. And the other is about the government regulation. And then the government of Indonesia issued the government regulation on the amendment of the government regulation of number 7 of 2018 on compensation, restitution, and assistance to the witness and victims. Lastly, the Supreme Court was issued the regulation number 1 of 2002 concerning the procedure of settling applications and granting restitution and compensation to victims of crimes. Next. Then I would like to share who are the victims of terrorism. According to Article 1, number 11, Law Number 5 of 2018, victim of terrorism is someone who has suffered physically, mentally, and or financially caused by criminal act of terrorism. Then the law stated that victims of terrorism are the state's responsibility. Next. Yeah. Based on the Law Number 5 of 2018, there are some categories of victims of crimes. One is victims of past terrorist attacks, such as the Bali bombing, Australian embassy bombing, and etc. which was happened before law number 5 of 2018 was issued, are entitled to receive medical, psychological, and psychosocial rehabilitation, as well as compensation. The compensation itself is given based on LPSK's decision. All victims should apply the compensation to LPSK not more than 22nd of June of 2021. But the problem is there are still many victims of terrorism, past victims of terrorism, who haven't got their rights. So then they apply the judicial review to Constitutional Court. And then the Constitutional Court decided that they can get their rights and they can apply their right until 2028. And the second one is the present victims, which terrorist attack happened after law number 5 of 2018 was happened. It was divided into direct victim. They are entitled to receive their rights as mentioned above, like I mentioned before. Indirect victim, such as family, they are entitled also to receive such as psychological and psychosocial rehabilitation, as well as donation to the family of dead victims and compensation as well. And then this Indonesian national who are victims of terrorism abroad are entitled to receive right as victims of terrorism in Indonesia. And the third one is the foreign national are also eligible to receive the compensation or assistance as long as they are victims of terrorism attacks in Indonesia. Next. These are the rights of the victims of terrorism based on the law number 5 of 2018 and law number 31 of 2014. First one is the victims as witnesses. Based on our law, our legal system, mostly victims sometimes can be asked as witnesses in front of the court. So then LPSK, according to the law number 5 of 2018, have an authority, has a mandate to provide physical protection, legal protection, and procedural rights for the victims as witnesses. And then the other is about the rehabilitation. Like I mentioned before, they are entitled to receive medical rehabilitation, psychological rehabilitation, and psychosocial rehabilitation. Physical recovery, I mean the psychosocial rehabilitation, it's including physical recovery, psychological and social rehabilitation, spiritual help, as well as food, clothes, a place to stay, job opportunity, and education. So then psychosocial, according to this law, is very large and very, there are many variants to provide psychosocial based on the law. And then the final remedy, it's about restitution. Like I mentioned, restitution is paid by perpetrators, but according to our experiences, there are no restitution which paid by the terrorists because most of them are not able to pay the restitution. So then when we discussed with the Attorney General of Indonesia, they said that we shouldn't apply the restitution for the victims of terrorism, but we should apply compensation because state compensation is I mean it is for only for the victims. So then we choose the state compensation for the victims of terrorism, and then the donation for family of dead victims. Next.
I'm sorry, you still have time, 5 minutes left.
Yeah, this is how to access the rights for the past victims of terrorist attack. They can apply to LPSK directly, but based on their recognition, there should be state recognition as they are as victims of terrorism it was issued by the BNPT. And then for the present victims, they should recognized by the letter of recognition from the police officer in Indonesia, and then they can apply for the assistance to LPSK as well as the compensation, and then we deliver the compensation. We will submit the compensation to the court, and then the court will decide of the compensation. Then next. Next. Next.
Next, please, committee.
Yeah, this is the Indonesian citizen who are as a victims when they are in abroad. This is the new regulation, but there is until now there are no Indonesian citizens who are as victims of terrorism in abroad during after 2018 until now. But actually, lastly, finally, no, lately, we receive information about the incident by Abu Sayyaf in Philippines, which there are 4 victims of Indonesian national, which who they are as a victims of terrorism. But it's still debatable with the Foreign Ministry of Indonesia and BNPT whether the Abu Sayyaf is such as terrorism cases or not. And then next. Okay, lesson learned from of what we doing to apply to provide the rehabilitation and compensation. We need one is law of number 5 of 2018 is a progressive law because it states that it states that victims are the responsibility of the state. Furthermore, this law also regulates the granting of rights to past victims of terrorism, which is prohibited under the Indonesian legal system. The Indonesian legal system doesn't not adhere to the principle of retroactive application of law. Second, victims are not limited to Indonesian citizens. Foreign nationals also who fall victims of terrorism within Indonesia also have the same rights. In fact, the state's attention to the victim is delayed because provision regarding the rights of the victims of terrorism were regulated in 2014 through law number 31 of 2014. The bureaucracy in place makes it difficult to victims to access their rights. There are time limits for the victims, the past victims of terrorism to access their rights. Next, please. Challenges. Many past victims of terrorism who haven't got their rights, like I mentioned before. And then we also got the challenge. We trying to help trying to develop international cooperation in handling victims of terrorism. And then the second, limited participation for the government agencies in handling victims of terrorism. And then the other, bundling the victims trust fund for the victims of terrorism, and less information regarding victims' rights. And the most important thing that there are no specific programs for the women and children as victims of terrorism. So we still have a challenge for that. Then, okay, I think that's it. My presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon.
Yes, Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mbak Ancus. Panggilan sayangnya Mbak Ancus. I'm sorry. Now the third speaker is Ella Nurlaila Lama Situju. She's from the Solidaritas Korban Pelanggaran HAM from Central Sulawesi, and she will deliver the topic from trauma to collective power, organizing strategies for survivors. Please, Ella, the floor is yours. But please, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Terima kasih Mbak Dian. Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore teman-teman semua. Senang sekali bisa berada di forum ini. Perkenalkan, saya Nur Laila Lama Situju. Saya mewakili SKP HAM Sulawesi Tengah untuk berbagi sedikit tentang pengalaman kami membangun organisasi korban. Saya sendiri adalah korban dari peristiwa konflik Poso. Konflik Poso itu terjadi dari awal bermula 98 sampai akhirnya 2001 ada perjanjian damai. Tapi setelah perjanjian damai, konflik tidak segera mereda. Ada letupan-letupan kekerasan lainnya yang kemudian 2007 kami mengenal di sana istilah teroris. Dan pasca konflik Poso, di situasi konflik Poso tahun 2000 sampai 2002, saya mengurus pengungsi, ribuan pengungsi yang akhirnya berpindah dari Palu ke Poso. Dari peristiwa tersebut, saya kehilangan tentu saja harta benda, rumah kami habis terbakar, keluarga dibantai, dan sampai hari ini masih ada seorang paman yang hilang, diculik oleh aparat pada tahun 2001 dan belum kembali. Next, berlatar peristiwa konflik Poso tersebut, kami tahun 2004 kami dipertemukan oleh organisasi HAM di Palu dan ada yang dari Jakarta untuk kemudian mengajak para korban berkumpul dan membentuk satu organisasi. Organisasi ini kami beri nama Solidaritas Korban Pelanggaran Hak Asasi Manusia yang kami dirikan pada 13 Oktober 2004. Sebulan setelah peristiwa kami mendeklarasikan SKP HAM, bom mulai meledak di mana-mana. Di Poso ada bom pasar sentral, warga di desa saya, di desa CP, itu 12 yang menjadi korban. Menyusul setelah itu ada bom di Palu, ada bom lagi di Tentena, ada penembakan misterius, ada mutilasi, dan banyak sekali peristiwa kekerasan yang lainnya. Di saat yang sama, pada saat peristiwa-peristiwa kekerasan sedang beruntun terjadi, kami pengurus SKP HAM, saya bersama sahabat saya, Ibu Pendeta Neti Kalengkongan, dua perempuan yang berusaha mendrive organisasi yang baru dibangun ini, kami sendiri baru harus memulihkan kepercayaan satu sama lain. Karena saya Islam dan kehilangan sanak saudara di peristiwa konflik, dia Kristen dan dia juga kehilangan suami dan adiknya di peristiwa konflik. Jadi bertumbuhnya organisasi ini di saat yang sama bertumbuh dengan kami sedang berupaya untuk memulihkan kepercayaan satu sama yang lain. Setelah peristiwa bom di Palu, bom pasar daging babi di Palu itu yang menghentakkan kami bahwa kalau kami sesama korban tidak bersuara, maka situasi ini akan terus diperpanjang. Jadi setelah peristiwa bom itu, saya dan Ibu Neti bersama-sama untuk datang ke rumah-rumah keluarga korban untuk menyampaikan rasa duka dan ingin bersolidaritas. Upayanya tidak mudah karena saya Islam, dia Kristen, tentu saja saya diusir berkali-kali seperti itu, tapi kami tidak jera. Berkali-kali juga Ibu Neti membantu untuk meyakinkan pendeta yang lain dan jemaatnya bahwa Ella bukan ancaman bagi kelompok Kristen. Sampai akhirnya ketika 2005 bom terjadi di Tentena, kami kembali sama-sama lagi ke sana untuk menyuarakan bersama-sama bahwa siapapun pelaku bom kita mengutuknya. Mereka bukan orang-orang yang bertuhan. Kami buat pertemuan di Tentena dan tidak ada tempat pertemuan lain selain gereja dan saya hadir mensosialisasikan tentang apa itu hak-hak korban di dalam gereja dan saya diterima. Itu upaya yang kami lakukan bertahun-tahun. Seiring berjalan kami terus bolak-balik dengan pemerintah dan aparat keamanan untuk meminta agar ada regulasi untuk pemenuhan hak korban. Bahwa kemudian regulasi tersebut kita tahu Undang-Undang 5 2018 tadi dipresentasikan oleh Mbak Incus itu baru lahir tahun 2018. Panjang upaya kami bersama dengan beberapa kali ganti Kapolda di Palu datang ke sana audiens lagi cerita korban terus solidaritas dilakukan bahkan sampai ke Jakarta dan lain-lain. Nah, dari pengalaman kami sebagai korban itulah kemudian kami kampanye tentang perdamaian. Kami menggunakan narasi Ganamo. Kami memilih diksi ini Ganamo dalam bahasa Poso artinya cukup sudah. Jadi kami menyampaikan, mengkampanyekan cukup sudah, jangan lagi ada korban. Mengapa kami memilih kampanye mengapa korban tuh maju di depan. Tadinya waktu organisasi ini dibangun, teman-teman aktivis HAM yang membantu kami membangun organisasi ini berpikir bahwa korban butuh pemulihan saja, dan di saat yang sama kami berpikir bahwa kami akan diorganisir, akan dibantu advokasi. Tapi kenyataannya ternyata tidak semudah itu, karena saat yang sama juga ada tsunami di Aceh. Lalu sebagian besar kawan-kawan yang harusnya mendampingi kami itu terbagi, harus merespon juga situasi Aceh, dan akhirnya kami belajar sendiri. Kami belajar mendokumentasikan, kami belajar memulihkan, kami belajar membuat kampanye, kami belajar membuat film, kami belajar kemudian membangun advokasi dengan pemerintah dari tingkatan paling bawah, dari RT sampai kemudian ke provinsi. Mengapa kami memilih jalur belajar sendiri, dan dari sana kami menemukan banyak sekali pembelajaran, karena ketika korban berhasil pulih dan bertransformasi menjadi penyintas, korban memiliki kekuatan untuk berbagi pengalaman. Cerita-cerita dehumanisasi yang dialami oleh korban, karena di SKP HAM bukan hanya korban konflik, bukan hanya korban tindak pidana terorisme, tapi juga ada korban pelanggaran HAM berat peristiwa 65, 66, yang dia juga sudah melampaui banyak sekali stigma, kekerasan, dan lain-lain yang terjadi. Jadi berangkat dari cerita para korban, ketika mereka bertemu korban dan mendengarkan cerita langsung dari korban, maka kami menemukan fakta bahwa setiap orang itu bersimpati. Nah, orang yang bersimpati, warga, media, jurnalis, akademisi, dan bahkan pemerintah itu serta-merta ingin membantu korban. Mungkin karena kita orang Indonesia ya, kalau melihat yang sesuatu yang tersakiti itu bisa langsung segera bisa menolong. Itu kemudian kami jadikan strategi dalam berjuang. Kampanye Ghana mau cukup sudah, jangan lagi ada korban, bertujuan untuk mengajak publik belajar bahwa jika kekerasan tidak dihentikan, maka siapapun berpotensi menjadi korban. Namun pesan Ghana mau juga untuk mengajak agar para pihak yang sedang berkonflik untuk segera menghentikan konflik dan mengubur dendam. Saya ingat setelah peristiwa bom pasar di tahun 2005, rumah saya didatangi seorang anak muda yang ingin, karena rumah kami pondok pesantren, panti asuhan pesantren, datangnya anak muda yang katanya ingin belajar agama, bahwa tetapi ternyata belakangan kami tahu dia adalah kurir dari teroris. Berangkat dari pengalaman kami sebagai korban dan ingin kampanye tentang Ganamo itu, tahun 2009 kami membuat film pertama dengan judul Ganamo. Film itu kami launching pada Hari Perdamaian Sedunia. Selanjutnya dalam membangun organisasi korban, kami sebagai sebuah strategi advokasi, kami mengedepankan fakta dari cerita korban, karena kami merasa ini strategi yang paling efektif untuk advokasi. Karena ketika pemerintah bertemu langsung dengan korban, dia mendengarkan pengalaman korban, dia melihat mata korban, dia bisa menyentuh korban, itulah yang membuat dia tergugah. Nah, hal itu kami rasa sangat berbeda jika suara korban atau cerita korban hanya diwakilkan oleh pendamping atau aktivis lainnya, di mana fakta-fakta tentang korban hanya disajikan dalam angka-angka atau kutipan testimoni dalam laporan. Nah, kami berhasil kemudian dengan cara itu untuk kasus peristiwa 6566 tahun 2012, kami mempertemukan pelaku, korban, dan wali kota, dan akhirnya wali kota meminta maaf kepada korban. Itu permintaan maaf pertama atas nama negara. Disusul setelah itu kami juga melakukan pendekatan yang sama, strategi yang sama untuk sebuah dusun yang kami dampingi di Poso, Dusun Boyokatedo namanya. Jadi dusun ini pada peristiwa konflik Poso tahun 2001 ada 14 warganya dibantai. Dari 14 warga ini 6 perempuan, 1 diantaranya sedang hamil, 6 anak-anak, dan 3 diantara anak-anak itulah anak perempuan dan 2 laki-laki dewasa. Dusun ini bertahun-tahun terstigma horor dan terstigma sebagai sarang teroris. Banyak sekali orang tidak ingin ke sana, dan akhirnya jalannya rusak, jembatan putus, sekolahnya ditutup, air bersihnya tidak ada, dan lain-lain. 2016 kami mendirikan rumah belajar di sana untuk membuka akses pihak luar datang ke Boyokatedo. Kami ingat betul pada saat mendiskusikan bagaimana agar jalan diperbaiki, saya membawa 2 perempuan korban bertemu dengan gubernur untuk meminta bahwa jalan kami harus diperbaiki karena kalau jalan tidak diperbaiki, orang-orang jatuh, terutama perempuan dan semua hak lainnya juga terlanggar, menjadi sakit dan lain-lain. Dan akhirnya setelah bertemu dengan 2 perempuan korban dari dusun ini, jalan kami diperbaiki. Gubernur memerintahkan kepada bupati agar jalannya diperbaiki. Sering berjalan waktu, sekolah dibuka, air bersih ada, jembatan diperbaiki dan lain-lain, akhirnya akses terbuka. Mengapa dari panjang perjalanan kami, tahun ini adalah tahun ke-20 kami menjadi membangun organisasi korban, kami merasa bahwa strategi dari korban untuk korban itu membuat ikatan yang sangat kuat. Karena kenapa? Karena sesama korban memiliki rasa senasib sepenanggungan. Kekuatan rasa itulah yang menjadi modal solidaritas yang kuat untuk bergerak bersama memperjuangkan hak. Itu juga alasan kenapa organisasi kami namanya Solidaritas Korban Pelanggaran HAM. Kami menjunjung tinggi rasa solidaritas termasuk juga dalam swadaya membiayai agenda organisasi. SKP HAM itu baru berbadan hukum tahun 2022. Jadi dari 2004 itu dia tidak berbadan hukum yang artinya untuk bekerja dengan donor kami tidak punya cukup kepercayaan dari donor. Jadi memang bertahun-tahun itu dibangun dengan solidaritas.
Kak Ella, mohon maaf, tinggal
Ya.
1 menit.
Ya, siap. Oke, di 1 menit terakhir saya ingin sekilas saja ini tentang SKP HAM. Saya tidak ingin berpanjang lebar apa yang kami lakukan, tapi Ibu Bapak bisa melihat apa yang kami perjuangkan di website SKP HAM. Ada juga di YouTube karena kami mendokumentasikan dan menggunakan YouTube sebagai sarana untuk kampanye tentang film-film yang bercerita tentang korban. Sejauh ini kami mendokumentasikan 1.210 korban 6566, 412 korban konflik, 120 korban tindak pidana terorisme, dan alhamdulillah 120 ini semua sudah mendapatkan hak kompensasi yang disalurkan oleh LPSK, dan 250 korban bencana alam. Dan terakhir saya ingin menyajikan kutipan dari seorang sahabat muda, adik yang di Dusun Buyo Katedo ini karena dia terdampak konflik dan ada satu keluarga yang menantunya dia menjadi narapidana terorisme. Begitu sulit bagi kami sebenarnya untuk membuat reintegrasi. Sebenarnya tidak sulit membuat reintegrasi karena korban berterima dengan tindakan terorisme. Itu justru tantangannya karena mereka merasa tindakan teroris itu adalah pahlawan bagi korban. Jadi yang kami lakukan adalah membuat kelas-kelas belajar untuk memahamkan mereka tentang apa dampak dari gerakan terorisme dan apa tidak diuntungkannya, poso secara keseluruhan jika terorisme terus berjalan. Di akhir satu kegiatan kelas belajar tentang hak asasi manusia yang kami lakukan, seorang adik yang suaminya sedang ditahan waktu itu menyampaikan dia berterima kasih karena diterima di forum tersebut dan di beberapa kali kelas belajar yang sudah kami buat, dan di luar ekspektasi dia menyampaikan bahwa dia sendiri ingin menjadi pembela HAM tapi dia tidak tahu bagaimana caranya karena suaminya adalah narapidana terorisme. Dan saat itu dia juga menyampaikan bahwa dia ingin terus belajar dan terus berusaha. Dan saat ini suaminya sudah kembali dan apa yang dia khawatirkan bahwa bagaimana dia membantu suaminya untuk apa yang dia pelajari sebelum suaminya keluar itu ternyata tidak mudah. Kami juga masih sedang membantu adik ini dan banyak perempuan lainnya yang masih menunggu suaminya pulang dari penjara. Adapun yang baru pulang masih sedang dalam upaya kami untuk membantu proses reintegrasi di lapangan. Terima kasih itu dari saya. Kembalikan kepada Mbak Dian.
Ya, terima kasih Kak Ella. For Mbak Dewi and Kak Ella, my deep condolences for so many horrible things in Central Sulawesi. So there is time for Hannah and Kai, our 2 discussion to give speech on these 3 speakers. The floor is yours. Please. Hannah or Kai, yeah.
Please show me will be a first person because I have a meeting after that. Thank you for inviting me to join the fruitful seminar about the women, peace and security around Indonesia. I work on Dwejai Association for Humanitarian Affairs, work with the victims of law enforcement and the law from the conflict. And I'm very happy to learn from three organizations about how to recover the victims of the terrorists or the violent extremists, not only NGO, but also the state agency too. For the first speaker, I interest about the process inside the community that I learned a lot, and I am very interest about how do you recover about the psychology mental health problem is very important for the victim that they can recover from suffer during face of the violence incident. I saw the incident that they faced such as burning or destroy their house, how you can recover not only the property but also the feeling of safety, how you can create about the safety feeling. And is very important that how when the perpetrator, I'm not sure that the perpetrator stay in the village or stay outside the village. It's very important for the victim that the perpetrator, when the perpetrator came into the village, how they can have a relationship among the victims and perpetrator. Do you have any process about it, or how they can resilient with this situation? Because of I heard a lot from the Indonesia agency said that they have many programs about rehab, reintegration the perpetrator to their homeland. And what about the victims? Can the victim face off this issue, or they have other program to have a listening for the process or not? And for the state, I'm very clear about the law of the government agency about the law, but I never heard about how the law can have empathy for the victims and for the perpetrator, how you can change the law, not only the word in the act, but recover, rebuilding, and reconciliation among the victim and perpetrators. It's very important to make the law feel like the life of law. And the last one is very good program for the victim of terrorism, but I'm thinking about empathy, understanding victim, perpetrator, and situation. If we only have sympathy, it means that we cannot come across the issue and we cannot solve the root of the conflict or the root of the violence. And also from my concluding, I think we need to improve about data. The last speaker talking a lot about the data you have, such as the number of victims, the type of victims, and it's very important to have a data about the victim, what like a religious victim, and then we can analyze the needs of the victim in each religions, and the data of the type of suffer, such as some people feeling bad or they have more mental health problem. Some people need more property recovery, or some of them need more good livelihood or education. And one thing is very important, we cannot make a dialogue among between the not between participants, like our children and women join together for talking about dialogue program, because of it have a generation, it has a problem, and most of children in Asian country cannot speak out when they stay with the adult. And then I thinking about collaboration among between state and NGO, how they can link the law, the program from the state, work with the NGO in each area that have the conflict or they have a terrorist attack. It's very important to work together because I saw a lot of lack of support from the NGO program. And I'm thinking about the reintegration program for migration or displacement before, and reintegration for perpetrator in the same area. What about the program? What about the procedure? What about the method that we can use or the tool that we can use for reintegration program for them and make them have a good resilience in the future? That means that from the three speaker, I cannot see the preventive program, how we can prevent terrorist attack again and again. It's how we can protect the cycle of violence, not only the terrorist attack, but also the conflict inside the community. Then we recommend about thinking about the recovery in individual, recovery in families, recovery in social, because of they have many social stigma or stigmatization. And the second process is how we can reintegration for the victim and the perpetrator. And the last one, how we can have like a reconciliation program for society. From the three speakers, we never heard about how you thinking, what do you think about the collective victims? People who not direct or indirect victims, such as the individual and families, but society will saw the violence in the public area because they also have like feeling about insecure and feeling angry or bad to terrorists or former terrorists, and how we can recover the feeling safety and recover the understand or empathy direct to the perpetrator and help victims recover or rebuilding the society together. This is very important about the solidarity in society. Yes, this is the for my view, for my point, and for my learn from the conflict area in the South. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ankana. So we will give the three speakers to think about your question. So we can go to Kai, the second discussion for the session. Please, Kai, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Ibu Dian. I hope I'm clear.
Clear.
My internet is a bit spotty.
Very clear.
So thank you for this opportunity to join the conversation, and thank you so much to the panelists for sharing not only their expertise and perspectives, but their very personal stories as well. I think to start, I want to return to the central question of this panel: justice for whom, right? And as we heard today, it's not just a legal question, but it's a question about power, execution, and even narrative. A lot of women and children who survive terrorism often face triple exclusion from systems, from exclusion from protection during violence, from seeking justice afterwards, and from participating in shaping the systems that are meant to protect them. And we know that this mirrors global patterns where women's role in peace and security are often still undervalued and underfunded, even if in practice, and we saw from the panel's thoughts today, that women are often the ones holding communities together and leading recovery. So as UN Women, we affirm that justice systems should not reflect the inequalities of today's society, but should help fix them. So in response to today's discussion, I just want to offer 4 key reflections, starting with the fact that justice must be survivor-centered, not system-centered. Unfortunately, too often, law enforcement and justice systems focus on procedures that are most convenient for institutions rather than what the survivors really need. Survivors, including women who suddenly find themselves as head of household, as was shared by Ibu Ella, are expected to navigate complex and confusing systems, often with little support, and this can re-traumatize them or even stop them from seeking justice altogether, especially when they also face stigma, lack of mental health support, or even fears that they won't be believed or taken seriously. Maybe an example to illustrate this is how gender-based violence or violence against women cases are handled all over the world. Sometimes we see each agency like police, medical, legal, social services, they ask survivors of violence to tell their story again and again because there's no coordination among systems. And it can do more harm than good, especially when those who are hearing the story are untrained or hold harmful and victim-blaming views. So a survivor-centered approach would reduce harm by streamlining the process and recognizing the emotional tolls of asking for help for a survivor. And this also applies just as much to victims of terrorism. And I think one important point that Ibu Dewi shared is that many survivors also face layered vulnerabilities. Like she shared in Sigi, they come from remote indigenous communities with limited infrastructure, language barriers. So all of these different things should shape how we design support, not as an afterthought, but from the start. And as Ibu, I hope I'm saying it right, Susilaning Tias emphasized, Indonesia has made significant and really progressive steps toward recognizing both past and current victims of terrorism as part of the state's responsibility. But as she also highlighted, serious barriers still remain, like short deadlines, complex requirements, and limited outreach. And sometimes even well-meaning policies can backfire when they aren't grounded in people's real lives, as we heard from what was shared by Ibu Dewi when survivors in Sigi were relocated to a safer area but lost their access to livelihood and even clean water. So instead of helping them recover, the relocation might have just deepened their vulnerability. So our suggestion is to just simplify and decentralize access to victim services. These systems need to be trauma-informed and survivor-centered, not just in theory, but in how they actually work. They need to be built around the lived experiences of survivors, not just the assumptions that sometimes we make as the duty bearers. And that includes having feedback and complaint mechanisms so survivors can also shape and improve the services that are meant to support them. The second theme or reflection that I have is prevention, protection, and recovery should all be taken as part of justice, the justice system, or are all justice issues. Because justice isn't just about what happens after the harm. It's if a system only responds after violence has already occurred, then it already failed so many people. True justice should also prevent harm, protect those at risk, and of course, support recovery in the long term. Our experience as UN Women in Indonesia and around the world shows how local community-led approaches do exactly that. And for instance, in Poso and Bima, we implement something called the Peace Village Initiative, and we have a system, or we helped institute a system, actually including Libo Perempuan, community-based early warning and early response systems to avoid conflict escalation within communities. And so far, we have seen how women's leadership can prevent conflict, strengthen social bonds, and reduce the risk of violent extremism. And these kinds of interventions aren't just awareness-raising programs, but they're practical, community-rooted strategies that build trust within communities and help keep people safe. And I also want to highlight here the importance of making sure that the frontliners in the whole process are also equipped with the right skills, but also the right mindsets to provide survivor-centered and gender-responsive services to those in need. So for this, it's important to take local solutions like the peace villages, but also those mentioned by Ibu Dewi and Ibu Ella, and reflect it in national policy, not treated as simply community engagement, but really part of the process. And as highlighted by Ms. Anchana, this can be done with support from civil society. So prevention, protection, and recovery should be central pillars of counterterrorism and justice strategies as well. The third reflection is that restitution is more than just financial, it's recognition, repair, and inclusion. For a lot of survivors, especially women, justice is not just about receiving compensation, it's also about being acknowledged, being treated with dignity, being supported to rebuild their lives, and reclaiming their agency. So restitution should restore identity, a sense of belonging, and not just offer a payout. As highlighted in our global work as UN Women on gender and peace building, meaningful restitution must allow survivors as well to take part in the rebuilding. So it's not something imposed onto them because that removes the agency, but we build together with them. Of course, financial support is important, but it's not enough. Survivors, especially heads of households, widows, and children, they need access to long-term support like mental health care, livelihood opportunities, protection from stigma, and help reintegrating into communities, because otherwise recovery would be incomplete. And as was highlighted in the previous panel and in this one as well, many survivors can end up feeling excluded, which then increases the risk of further marginalization or harmful coping mechanisms, even returning to acts of terrorism if there's no other community found. Ibu Ella also shared that in the aftermath of the Poso conflict, rebuilding meant not just restoring what was lost, but relearning to trust her neighbors again. And that kind of healing can't come from financial compensation alone, but it requires working together, a lot of care and recognition and support among community members. And I think that's also why symbolic recognition is so important. Also shared by Ibu Ella, the public apology from the Palu mayor was not just a political gesture, but it was an important step in acknowledging the harm and rebuilding that trust between survivors and communities and the state. So acts like this affirm what the survivors have went through and help tell their story of recovery and show that what they went through and what they're going through now has real value. And
I'm sorry,
yes,
you still have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm on my last reflection. No problem. The last reflection is that justice needs to be participatory, not just delivered, but co-created. Again, our work in Indonesia and globally shows that peace efforts are most effective when the communities themselves, including and especially women, are meaningfully involved in shaping them. Globally, we see that peace processes become more likely, 35% more likely to endure for more than 15 years when women participate in them. So we know that when women lead local planning, when they mediate conflict or design early warning systems, the outcomes are more inclusive and durable. But even with all of these evidence at the global to national level, women survivors and former combatants are still missing from formal decision-making spaces, unfortunately. That means the loss is not just to the individual, but to the systems trying to build peace. And as Ibu Ella reminded us, when survivors are meaningfully involved, it strengthens both resilience and national efforts. And the lived experiences of the survivors themselves and even the former combatants bring insights that top-down systems might overlook, and their priorities are integrated from the start, not just as symbolic voices, but strategic partners. And I think this is where grassroots organizations like LIBU and SKPHAM can play a vital role in bridging communities with government and duty bearers. And I think just to close, justice for women and child survivors of terrorism, again, needs to be timely, survivor-centered, trauma-informed, contextually appropriate, and transformative. It can't be a procedural checkbox. It needs to be real and visible with a commitment to dignity, inclusion, and rebuilding. And when women's leadership is not just acknowledged, but actively supported and embedded into the systems, then peace becomes not just possible, but durable. And that's the justice that we must work toward. Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you, Kai. For our three speakers, you can answer the question. And also there is one question from Mbak Ruby, who would like to know from all speakers on the side of prevention to reoccurrence or cycle of violence. What are the crucial elements in our society or policy need to be improved? And you all have 2 minutes. And also you can give your closing statement for the session. Thank you. The floor is yours. Siapa dulu? Mbak Ruby atau Mbak Jus atau Kak Ella? Kok Mbak Ruby, maaf. Mbak Dewi.
Oke, mungkin saya duluan, Mbak.
Boleh
Ya,
silakan. 2 menit ya Mbak.
terima kasih.
Plus
Ya,
closingnya.
terima kasih untuk respon apa namanya dari teman-teman sekalian. Ancana, kayaknya kita pernah bertemu. Juga Kai ya, dan Mbak Ruby tadi ada pertanyaan di chat gitu. Oke, dari pengalaman kami, terutama bekerja dengan korban di Desa Lembang Tongoa, Kabupaten Sigi, memang tidak mudah untuk bergerak ke arah pemulihan yang itu tuh apa namanya pemulihan yang mungkin kuat gitu. Karena beberapa hal gitu ya. Tapi saya ingin berbagi pengalaman kami. Tadi di presentasi saya menyampaikan kita itu ada psikososial beberapa tahapan karena waktu kami RSD ada korban yang sampai pingsan begitu ya, tidak bisa berbicara gitu, masih sangat kuat lukanya gitu. Saya kami berpikir penting ada psikososial, psikososial yang tidak hanya korban, tapi seluruh keluarga dan juga komunitas begitu. Itu coba kami lakukan dan apa namanya, alhamdulillah karena ini gambaran korban di Lembang Tongoa agak sedikit rumit gitu karena lapisan interseksionalitas isunya itu layernya banyak gitu ya, saya sudah sampaikan tadi. Oleh karena itu maka mencoba untuk masuk dari lapisan-lapisan itu tuh penting sekali kita lakukan teman-teman. Dan yang juga kami coba lakukan adalah apa namanya mempertemukan korban itu dengan kerabat dan leluhur mereka. Karena korban di Lembang Tongoa itu asalnya sebetulnya dari Kabupaten Donggala yang bermigrasi ke daerah itu. Oleh karena itu mencoba untuk menelusuri gitu ya, asal muasal korban itu adalah sesuatu yang sangat berarti bagi korban. Mencoba untuk apa, karena mereka sudah meninggalkan kampung itu sudah puluhan tahun dan bertemu dengan keluarga gitu ya, kerabat itu sesuatu yang cukup menenangkan bagi korban gitu. Nah, selain itu kami mencoba dengan pendekatan-pendekatan gereja karena ini adalah apa namanya korban ini apa yang kebetulan itu ada beberapa pendeta yang perempuan gitu dan kita mencoba untuk bagaimana gereja itu menjadi bagian yang merangkul korban dan menguatkan korban gitu. Gereja saat ini kemudian ada lahan di samping gereja itu juga menjadi ruang pemulihan bersama untuk korban. Mereka menanam nilam di samping gereja itu. Itu menjadi sesuatu yang mulai ini ya dengan menanam begitu kemudian mereka bergerak untuk menjadi ruang-ruang pemulihan mereka gitu.
Ya Mbak Dewi,
Yang lain
maaf.
adalah pasar. Ini pasar di Lembang Tongoa, adanya di Dusun 1 dan mereka itu ketemu setiap Jumat pagi gitu ya. Dan ini tuh ini menjadi sesuatu yang kemudian bertemu gitu, barter juga terjadi dan karena di sana masih ada sistem barter di komunitas itu dan itu tuh menarik gitu ya untuk saling bertukar itu, tapi juga mereka saling barter tapi juga saling berpelukan dari semua kelompok dari Muslim begitu ya, karena Lembang Tongoa ini desa yang sangat heterogen begitu. Tadi saya sampaikan bahwa hampir semua agama ada di sana, semua suku ada di sana, dan mencoba untuk bagaimana membangun pemulihan yang berbasis komunitas. Ini menurut saya penting sekali untuk dilakukan gitu. Karena mungkin kita datang 1-2 kali dalam sebulan, tapi komunitas itu hadir di sana setiap saat.
Ya Mbak
Tetangga
Dewi,
mereka itu
mohon
bisa
maaf,
saling memberikan ini.
sudah habis
Itu Mbak.
waktunya.
Saya
Boleh
ingin
closing?
menambahkan sedikit aja. Terakhir itu mereka mengenal mesale. Mesale ini adalah ruang perempuan untuk bertemu dan membersihkan kebun masing-masing. Ini ruang-ruang pemulihan yang disediakan dalam konteks lokal mereka gitu. Dan kami juga Mbak setiap Natal itu pasti hadir di Lembang Tongoa dengan membawa sedikit bingkisan yang kita punya, termasuk Idul Fitri gitu ya. Kami selalu hadir di tengah-tengah mereka. Nah, itu ruang-ruang yang saya kira yang kita bisa lakukan, termasuk misalnya dengan memastikan pemerintah itu betul-betul memasukkan dalam program-program mereka. Itu saja mungkin Mbak yang bisa saya respon dan terima kasih banyak.
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Dewi. Mbak Ancus?
Yeah, I'd like to answer the first question about from Miss Anita. It's about the reconciliation. Yeah, until now there are no regulation or laws which regulates on the reconciliation among victims and perpetrators. But the Indonesian government, through BNPT, has applied this program, this reconciliation, a few years before law number 5 of 2018 was issued. If I'm not mistaken, it started in 2016 or 2015. For the first time, most of the victims were not ready and they were very skeptic about this program. But then, maybe 2 years after, they came to me and said that it's a good idea to meet, not all of them, some of them came to me and said that it is good idea to reconciliation among victims and perpetrators. And then after they apply the reconciliation, they join the reconciliation program. They said to me, they came to me after that. They said that it is help us to our psychological burden. But yeah, for this experience, of course, we need help from the psychologists because most of them were very, I don't know what is they have a psychological more emotional situation on the reconciliation. But now I think this program, reconciliation program, it's regularly applied by the NDP. And the second response, Thank you for the suggestion. I think it's a good suggestion for us to implementing the such as inclusive mechanism on handling victims of. Mbak Ruby, I think I will answer in bahasa bahasa
Ya,
Indonesia.
silahkan.
Jadi memang kalau berdasarkan pengalaman kami, problem terkait dengan kekerasan itu kadang ini ya berkaitan dengan reviktimisasi. Maksudnya reviktimisasi itu misalnya ketika berobat, kemudian ditanya lagi siapa yang akan membayar seperti itu. Yang kedua, waktu pengajuan yang tadi saya sampaikan ada berkaitan dengan birokrasi. Jadi pengajuan itu mereka harus untuk especially untuk korban-korban yang korban terorisme masa lalu. Mereka harus provide medical record, yang di mana medical record itu seringkali 5 tahun, 5 tahun setelah medical record itu setelah kejadian misalnya atau 10 tahun gitu ya, itu harus dimusnahkan. Itu memang peraturan di Undang-Undang Arsip kita. Yang kedua juga banyak rumah sakit yang pada saat itu memang tidak mempunyai dokumentasi. Nah ini yang membuat effort dan menurut saya juga bahkan bisa menjadi reviktimisasi bagi korban teroris ya gitu. Jadi mereka harus provide itu semua yang mungkin agak susah mencarinya, terus kemudian membuktikan dan sebagainya. Seperti itu. Jadi memang ada situasi yang tidak bisa dipungkiri karena pemerintah Indonesia juga memberikan bantuan, memberikan kompensasi juga berdasarkan bukti-bukti bahwa yang bersangkutan atau seseorang itu adalah korban tindak pidana terorisme masa lalu misalnya seperti itu. Jadi hal-hal demikian menurut saya juga patut menjadi catatan. Kenapa tadi saya sampaikan soal birokrasi itu salah satu yang menjadi penghambat mereka untuk mendapatkan akses haknya lebih cepat. Yang berikutnya adalah beberapa case ada korban yang kemudian tadi disampaikan soal stigma. Jadi ada beberapa yang mengalami stigma negatif ketika mereka makan di McDonald's segala macam ya. Pada saat itu memang tidak semua warga masyarakat publik di Indonesia mengetahui bahwa korban belum ada ya edukasinya masih minim ya berkaitan bahwa bagaimana mereka harus support kepada
Maaf,
korban
tinggal 1 menit.
tindak terorisme. Itu saja sih dari saya. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Kak terakhir, jangan lama-lama ya Kak Ella.
Baik, merespon cepat saja langsung ke Mbak Ruby. Menurut saya dua hal tuh untuk kita mencegah kekerasan berulang di tingkatan masyarakat itu butuh dialog. Dialog yang harus terus reguler karena sebenarnya dialog ini budaya kita orang Indonesia. Hanya sayang sekali banyak sekali upaya-upaya dialog ini justru menunggu pihak-pihak negara selalu ingin di depan yang memfasilitasi dialog. Padahal kita tahu dialog-dialog yang difasilitasi negara senantiasa gagal. Kami perjuangan korban 2008 itu kami berupaya untuk doa bersama antara korban Muslim dan Kristen itu selalu digagalkan oleh aparat. Jadi setiap kali sudah mendengarkan kami ingin bikin pertemuan digagalkan. Waktu kami juga ingin membuat monumen juga digagalkan dan itu selalu yang menggagalkan negara. Nah, hal yang kedua yang perlu dan ini kekosongan adalah regulasi. Nah, regulasi apa? Regulasi yang mengakui pemulihan hak korban yang tidak parsial. Kita sangat berterima kasih waktu negara melahirkan Undang-Undang 5 2018 akhirnya ada pemulihan hak atas kompensasi, rehabilitasi, restitusi itu disalurkan. Tetapi ini parsial untuk peristiwa konflik Poso yang masa lalu itu hanya diakui sampai tahun 2002. Sementara peristiwa yang terjadi tahun 2000 sampai sebelum Undang-Undang Perpu terorisme itu lahir itu tidak ada regulasi. Jadi kosong regulasinya. Ini juga tantangan yang sedang kami hadapi sekarang karena korban Muslim merasa dia yang paling banyak dibantai dan tidak ada regulasi untuk pemenuhan haknya, sementara korban bom itu rata-rata Nasrani dan itu mereka sudah mendapatkan pemulihan. Nah, kekosongan regulasi untuk melihat semua elemen korban ini dari semua peristiwa ini yang tidak ada hari ini. Jadi negara masih menyelesaikan penanganan korban itu kasus per kasus, tidak melihat keseluruhan. Kita punya Undang-Undang 7 2012 tentang penanggulangan konflik sosial, tapi dia tidak mengatur bagaimana pemulihan diberikan kepada korban. Yang terakhir ini luka dan saya berharap ini bisa menjadi rekomendasi adalah penanganan Densus 88 dalam menangkap para teroris ini, yang kemudian SOP penangkapan yang mereka lakukan itu menimbulkan luka baru karena dengan mandat yang begitu kuat diberikan oleh Undang-Undang 5 2018 kepada Densus 88 itu dengan SOP yang sama diberlakukan, ini kemudian melahirkan dendam baru kepada anak-anak yang melihat waktu dan menyaksikan, merasakan langsung bagaimana penangkapan dilakukan dengan senjata lengkap dini hari dan lain-lain. Dan bukan hanya keluarga terduga teroris yang merasakan trauma, tapi juga komunitas di sekitarnya. Di Poso kami menemukan fakta ada antipati terhadap Densus 88 hari ini. Jika situasi ini tidak ditangani, maka sesungguhnya kita hanya sedang menunggu waktu untuk memanen teroris-teroris baru. Terima
Oke,
kasih.
terima kasih Kak Ella. Masih ada tambahan? Kalau tidak ada tambahan, thank you for all the speakers and all discussions for this session. So I think this very insightful and very another insightful, and also for me is very horrific experience. But we can learn from this session that all of us have to work together, and all of you can also find the result from the research in the AMAN Indonesia website, and also from the SPK Human Rights website from Central Sulawesi. So I will give back the session to the committee. Thank you for all.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dian, for moderating the very insightful discussions. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are reaching the end of today's event, we would like to proceed the group photos for day one so we can capture our moment together. Please be prepared and open your camera if you are comfortable. And I would like to invite the committee to help for us to document this moment. I will count on 3 and please give your smile. 1, 2, 3. Yes. And then second screen, 1, 2, 3. Smile, yeah, thank you. And the third, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we all have the moment captured together, and then we are also reaching our end of the session. Thank you very much, everyone, distinguished guests, participants, speakers, discussants, and moderators. Now that concludes the first day of our Women Peacebuilders Forum 2025. Please give your screen reaction to know how much the level of our energy until this end of the session. And thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow. We will still have 2 more panel discussions, very insightful, and in the same time at 12:45 tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm Nani. Proceed to close the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.